Good
Thank you
morning.
for having one of my students on today, by the way. He's so excited to see you guys.
Awesome. All right. Well, you know what? We're live, everybody. So say good morning. Uh, good morning, good afternoon, and even good evening. We have folks from around the world again. This is Magnitude Live number 14. And it's been a pretty wild ride. This pandemic has got everyone kind of twisted around a little, trying to find our North Star, and we've done whatever we can to help. And we've been just graced with so many amazing conversations and people with their insight, from an astronaut to astrogeologist to astrobotanist to impassioned educators and students. And really, all we really want to do is extend learning right to the very edge of discovery. And we do that through connections with the International Space Station. And for, at least for this series this spring, trying to send a balloon around the world, which we'll send an update, share an update with you today. But my goodness, I have to think about my schedule. I'm going to open that up in a second. There's a little slow delay, but we've got, we've got Mexico, South Africa. My goodness, Michael's there in New York. We've got some teachers in California and a professor here, either from a university, private university. And we've got more folks coming on as well, I'm sure. So what are we trying to do with Magnitude Live is just really connecting us from around the world with a common goal as we think about what new learning might look like. Equity, I guess, is probably the first thing that comes to mind. Not everyone actually has an opportunity to see this live. And for those teachers that can, we hope they can share it in whatever with their students. Our program, as it originally was built out, was to think about what we could send to space on our next mission, ExoLab 8, which is now scheduled for February 2021. And what we're trying to do here is pretty extraordinary. For the first time, we want to see something called nodulation on a plant, a legume specifically, with a bacteria called rhizobia. And we do this, we'll get into that a little later in the program, but it's an amazing dance and relationship between this bacteria and a legume, in that excess nitrogen can be produced. And we hope that can help enrich soils throughout the world, and even as we contemplate what a small garden might look like, or even a really big one, on the surface of a planet like Mars or on the surface of the moon. So with that, let me open up our schedule of all the cool activities we've got going today, and make sure to cover everything on top. Where are we here? Here we go. All right. You know, it's amazing. While I get this thing up and running, we've been trying to get a go around the world. And last Friday, we sent up a super pressure balloon with the explicit intent of doing it. Our smaller balloons really aren't designed to do this. It got up to about 41,000 feet, is where it was supposed to go. And it burst the same. That balloon actually didn't travel very far at all. And it's sitting somewhere in, of all places, Death Valley. Just near a peak called Telescope Peak. And our last reading was around 10,800 feet, I believe, which put us right near the peak. The peak's at 9,000 feet. So we're probably just on the east side of that mountain. Here we go. And we'll be able to recover it once someone has the gumption to go out there when it's a little cooler. So it looks like it's fully recoverable. It's nice that these are solar powered devices, and you know, we just need a radio to be kind of within range of it. So just getting a hike out there, probably a 2-day adventure to get that will be really nice. But we did have, I'll share this with you guys to get started. The week before last, so this thing's been aloft now for 14 days. Let me find my list here. Still haven't had my first sip of coffee. I'm gonna go grab that right now. But all right.
Hey, Fatima, welcome to South Africa.
Oh, Michael's here. Hi, Michael. So here's our ride. Look at that. So
wow, where are we today?
Yeah, I got my night in Tunisia too.
Yeah, you know what? It's hard to tell if we actually got through Tunisia. It was over the night, literally. And the map, as you can see here, there's these green straight lines. That's just connecting the last signal from at the late afternoon to the first signal in the morning when the power has been and we powered back up from the solar array. And so this curve probably does go through Tunis or just slightly north of it. So just scrape the edge of North Africa, making it, for a record for us, the third continent we've on this little balloon flight. And this is just running a Mylar party balloon, a little larger. It's about 1 meter across, filled up with just a couple cubic feet of helium. And according to the NOAA predictions, it's going to be heading out this way towards Syria, eastern toward Armenia.
Hope it doesn't get shut down.
What's that now?
Hope it doesn't get shut down.
Oh, okay. Well, if it does, we'll have a story to tell, right?
Right.
So how high is
this
it?
It's not that high. So this is great. I'll click on this again. This is in Imperial. So we're at 27,500 feet right now, traveling a little faster than we were over Europe. We were going about 25, 27 miles an hour over Europe, and we're cruising along 50 to 60 miles an hour here across the Mediterranean. What's interesting is we have dropped our temperature and some other sensors. We're getting voltage readings and fortunately our location. So I don't know how many satellites are locking us right now, and I don't know what the temperature's like up there. Well, actually, I do know now. It should. But earlier, I guess it was last night, I was getting a 0 reading. So that's good that it's back up. So we'll just kind of peek in on this as it goes throughout the day. What's interesting, you're going to see these gaps, even though it's still daylight there over Libya and in the Mediterranean, the radio connections aren't as dense as what we see in North America, as what we see in Europe. And so there's just a few spots. I think Crete was what I was last night, is we're probably going to get a signal from this group right here. And then Cyprus or Turkey. So we'll just see where that goes. It's pretty exciting. But Michael Wilkinson, now that you're on, would you like to kind of walk us through an introduction on Exolab and Exolab 8 with our Leguminaut challenge as we're wrapping it up? We've got till only June 10th, and it's still not too late. Really simple. Your objective is to select one of our 9 legumes as the flight candidate to send to the space station. And so is it clover? Is it chickpea? Is it azuki bean? There's quite a number of them. And what's the property that makes you think it's the candidate to send up there? So, with carbohydrates and proteins, is it the unique amino acids or other minerals that it might have? Could be that you really have a recipe that you absolutely love, or it's been passed from family member to family member and you want to share it with everyone else. We really just want to see from your perspective, regardless of age, 8 to 88, if you're interested in this, what would you send to space and why would you? We actually even have a guest joining us a little later this morning from the 3rd grade, and he's going to walk us through his garden. I've got a little video I've got to dig up. But for now, why don't I turn it over to Mr. Wilkinson out of New York, who's our lead educator here, helping us through our mission number 8. So Michael, I'll give you the floor.
Hey, good morning, world. Afternoon to South Africa, or evening, I guess it is probably by now, and Europe. This is a really cool project, and it's fabulous to have the interest in this. This is something that's never been accomplished in space, and that is getting legumes to nodulate with their symbiont bacteria, rhizobium, in microgravity. And this is a super important reaction, because this is the primary way that we're able to get nitrogen, which we swim through constantly in the atmosphere and on station as well. It's the same composition as Earth atmosphere. It's primarily nitrogen. That's the largest constituent. But nitrogen, free nitrogen, just in case you don't know your chemistry, bonds together with 2 nitrogen atoms to make a molecule, N2. And that bond is one of the strongest bonds that there is. And it takes a tremendous amount of energy to break that apart. We can't use N2. It doesn't react with anything. So there's this amazing little tiny microscopic bacteria that lives in the soil all over the world that has adapted a relationship with legumes, which we also find all over the world. And they infect the roots of the legume seedlings, and then change the physiology of both organisms so that they create these cysts, nodules, on the roots. And within those cysts, the bacteria are living. They're breaking down the nitrogen and converting it, synthesizing ammonia, which then can be synthesized into nitrates and nitrites. The plant is making use of those nitrogen compounds, and in exchange, literally pays the bacteria with sugar. It's a neat little relationship, and it's a symbiotic relationship, which means both organisms, excuse me, benefit from the exchange. It's not parasitism. Excuse me. It does start out as a pathogenic relationship, but there's this really cool thing that if you go back and watch one of our earlier episodes, Dr. Richard Barker talks about the nod factor. And there's literally communication between these organisms. We don't think about bacteria and plants communicating, but they do, intraspecies even. So it's this just fascinating biology, biochemistry, genetics, physiology. There's even physics involved. It's amazing. And I think legumes are one of the most incredible groups of plants. And we all know legumes, they're part of almost every one of our diets. There's some that we love and some that we can't stand. My two least favorite are lima beans and peas. I can't tolerate them.
Hey, no biases now. Come on.
But give me some chickpeas, some lentils, some even occasionally some soybeans. But definitely some of the products we make from soybeans. My favorite has to be cowpeas, though. Black eyed peas. I make an amazing black eyed peas, especially for a white guy. And the spiciness of it, and just all the flexibility you can do. You can eat the greens, you can eat the seeds, you can eat the seedlings. They're really useful, and they're an incredibly nutritious fodder crop, something that we can use to graze livestock to produce animal protein. And one of the things that we're trying to look at with this, in addition to being able to accomplish this symbiotic relationship in microgravity, we want to be able to create a sustainable system both here on Earth and for space exploration. Here on Earth, we've desertified so much of our once arable land. And if we can convert those no longer fertile, viable soils back into a living soil, because now they're just essentially regolith, like they are on an asteroid or the moon or any rocky planet like Mars. And regolith is just the mineral constituent of what could become soil. Soil is a living thing. It's full of organic material. So I always tell my students when they say we need to plant this in the dirt. It's like, no, dirt's what you sweep up off the floor. Soil is what we plant things in. It's a living biome of its own. And we want to be able to recreate that on Mars or on the moon or on an asteroid, so that we can grow food sustainably. And not just legumes. We want to grow things like peppers and tomatoes and all the brassicas that are so important to our diet, the broccoli, the Brussels sprouts, the kohlrabi, the bok choy, and I can go on and on and on, literally, because every single culture has cultivated brassica in one way or another based on the terroir, the kind of soil and climate they have, and the culinary preferences of that culture. Ethnobotany, where food is concerned, is incredible. If you've never had a chance to explore it, I really encourage you to do so. There's just some amazing human history there.
Michael, I think that's a perfect segue to our guests here. And one thing about our program today is we had everyone really want to join us on our last show. I'm actually, as I'm looking at the rearranged show, that segue to Around the World introduction to Fatima and some of our South African students.
Yeah.
And after that, we're going to have, I believe, some students from Mexico. Javier, you can introduce them. We'll go through that. And then Future Farmers of America, as we kind of get toward the top of just the first hour. So why don't we go ahead and introduce Fatima and her crew of students from South Africa. The floor is yours. Say good afternoon, good evening.
What's the best legume down there, the most popular legume down there?
Probably lentils and chickpeas, and yeah, we love beans here in South Africa as well. So
Staple food?
it'll be corn.
Okay. Which, and I don't, just a little piece of a little more of the ethnobotany. People may be familiar with something called Three Sisters. The first peoples of North America planted corn, beans, and squash together because when you eat those three, they benefit each other in terms of the growing, but it actually creates a complete protein. So it's a very healthy diet.
That's great. That's good to know. Maybe it's something that we could investigate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Fatima,
yeah.
oh, okay.
No, I just wanted to introduce you with who is online today. We've got Chris, and with me is Avantika. And we have Chris, so we at the Stream Laboratory, Avantika and myself today. And Shiva's also here, so he's also going to give us a little bit of background as to how many students we've interacted with. And then Jenna is going to give her view on the experiment and the findings that we had. And so I'll add a little bit of that as well. We've also got a film crew here with us today, and they will be filming this for a program. So hi to everybody out there, so the whole world. Shiva, are you going to start off?
Yeah, so let me actually start off. So, you know, in South Africa, the ExoLab was quite a good challenge because we had to, well, all over the world it actually was this year, because it was about us adapting to the current state of COVID-19, while trying to still ensure everything was operating smoothly. And here in South Africa, you know, we faced a lot of problems. You know, access to data is a huge problem. I think in so many universities, 80% of students without data are without data. That's already one problem we have to tackle. The second is privacy. You know, students, it's difficult with them in confined homes to find the time to not just connect, but also comfortably learn and speak in this kind of environment. And then the third, it's the general environment itself. You know, they have to be able to find the time balance it with their families and everything. So, and even their siblings. So we had to engage as many students as we could in the ExoLab initiative and experiment. And we managed to get 63 students engaged through a network of interconnected communication. So we did a shift to asynchronous communication methods. We created WhatsApp groups where students could talk all the time, where educators could now act as moderators and facilitate the communication between them through the duration of the experiment. So students could ask as many questions as they want, and teachers and educators would just respond. And it was really cool. It was just amazing seeing, you know, students all the time, even when it got to like midnight and everything. You had some students who'd sit in their bed and just type on their phone and keep asking questions. Oh, you know, how can we, what's happening to the plant right now? Can you send me a picture? Can you tell me what's going on? And, you know, Fatima would have to get up, send pictures, tell them the status of it. And it was just always on. And it really just shows how we are switching to learning without limits now. Getting all of these students engaged through WhatsApp, having Zoom calls, Facebook Live sessions with them. And now with Magnitude, obviously being able to have this two-way communication with these principal investigators. So with that being said, would we like to get into the actual nature of the experiment and how everything went for the past month? So Fatima, would you like to get into that, get the students talking?
Yeah, get Jenna. Jenna can.
Right here. Shall I go?
Yes, you can.
Go for it.
So we started on the 1st of April, where Fatima began sterilizing all the equipment and the chickpeas and the cowpeas, sorry. And we all got very involved. We started thinking of different and better methods to sterilize it and make sure everything was completely safe and sterilized. And then every day for about a month at around about 3 or 4 p.m., we'd sort of all be online and we'd have little discussions. So we'd go onto the Magnitude website the night before or whenever, and we'd go through the classes, and then during the afternoon, we'd all discuss what we learned, and then obviously we check on the growth of our plants. So we placed our experimental and control plants in the ExoLab, And we also placed a similar one in the Martian soil, just to see how it would grow in the simulated Martian soil. So throughout the weeks, we observed it, and our hypothesis was correct. The inoculated cowpea had grown a lot faster than the non-inoculated one. However, in the exolab, there was a little bit of trouble. The non-inoculated seed, the control setup, had stopped growing. And the experimental, we found that a white fungus had started to grow, and the plant had grown for a few days until it eventually stopped growing. However, in the Martian soil, it kept growing, and it still looks, I hope, beautiful. The inoculated seed is growing much faster and looking perfect. I must say, it was quite a challenge for us to, come online and find sort of privacy, but I think we all found some time, and we stayed up until past the time. So we'd be up at midnight talking about what's the possibility of how we can make the plant grow better, or how to get rid of the fungus on the plant. But despite the death of our experiment, we all remained very, very spirited, and I think it was a great chance to just interact with people that aren't really in our school, and especially during quarantine, it's a great chance to interact with everyone.
Thanks, Jenna. Are there any questions? I just wanted to add, great job, Jenna. And we were so excited for our Martian soil, but we were also excited to study the mold that was on there, but we were limited to equipment. The foldscopes that we had a challenge with the foldscope, and maybe that's something that we could sort out and make good use of it, and see if we are able to identify it through the foldscope itself. And the fact that the plant died did not, or was smothered by the fungus, did not stop our enthusiasm for the experiment itself. In fact, it encouraged us a little bit more. What can we do better next time? There was a lot of focus on the sterilization, so maybe I'm to blame, but and that created a great discussion for us. Is why does this happen? Does it happen? We did research. Does it happen with other legumes? What can we do better next time? And we came up with solutions, and we actually wrote a report which we would also like to submit to you at some stage, so that you can see, and that you can place that in your database to see what our findings are. So, but thank you. It's a great opportunity from all 63 of us and the other students that's interacted. We're really grateful for this opportunity, and we look forward to the ExoLab 8.
Oh, that's fantastic! Wow. So we're just at the first lap, if you will. If this was a multi-lap race.
The discussion for us is why does this happen? Does it happen? We did research. Does it happen with other?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that fungal infection or mold infection has been, an issue all over the world with our experiment.
Can I comment on that? Hi. So as a research scientist who works with NASA, I totally have gone through that experience of yours, and I do it every year. Like every time I get a new crop or a new experiment, I start again from the beginning, and I always assume my first experiment something's going to go wrong. And that's totally fine. I often describe to my students the first experiment as like the sacrifice. So I know what I should do in the actual experiment. So you have to be able to kind of laugh it off, but also record what happened so you can do it again better next time. So don't be disheartened. It's just the first attempt, right? Try again. Over.
Yeah, I think it's amazing that they were able to compare between the growth media and the Martian regolith. There seems like there's some real potential data there for us all to investigate. That's why was that? I've got some thinking in the back of my brain right now, but I don't want to shortcut these young scientists down in South Africa, because they're totally on point. So I don't want to get in their way with my biases.
But that is why
I definitely want your data. It's like you got some amazing research there. So please do share that as soon as it's ready to be shared. I'm going to have to bounce to my own science students. Jenna, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. And I wish I could stay to hear more from all y'all, but I'll come back in after I finish with my students.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. See you in about 30 minutes or so.
All right.
Yeah, as I was saying, this first lap here, we've got a chance to really take that next step, as Dr. Barker said. And once we have received all submissions from around the world, the which legume they would be fly, we will make a determination on the first day of up here in the Northern Hemisphere. I guess it's winter there for you guys there in the Southern Hemisphere, but on June 20th, we'll make an announcement on our candidate legume that we'll send to the space station. And from that, we're going to need to do this investigation all over again. So whether it's cowpea or chickpea or azuki bean or a lentil or clover, alfalfa, there's quite a few. We'll determine that, and then we'll have to go through these investigations again. How can we get that nodulation to happen? So thank you so much for sharing your research in the first step. We're really looking forward to the report. We're going to travel to a different part of the world now, and we're going to go over to Mexico. Javier, maybe you can make an introduction for us of our students there in Mexico, and let's hear a little bit about where they are with their research.
All right. Okay, guys. So hello from Texas and hello from Mexico. So I'm very pleased to introduce a couple of students. They are just a few people, but in Mexico, there's a full team. There are like probably 6 or 7 subgroups, and they are merging and they are identifying a lot of interest and a lot of technologies merging together. And they are working with art and science and mixing that with virtual reality and aerospace research. So they're doing an excellent job over there in Mexico. Max Geraldo, who is the lead teacher, is not with us today, but he's very proud of these students. I am too, because we're pushing this project over there. And go on, guys. So we have Daniel, we have Fernanda. Do we have someone else?
No, I think just me and Fernanda. Well, hello, everyone. Sorry, may I share my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is a little presentation we have done. We have done. So please, Fernanda, could you introduce?
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good night to everyone. First, I am very excited to present today our project, A World Far From Home. This project linked to the Magnitude project, and we consider that it's an excellent project in order to create an amazing habitat and greenhouse in virtual reality, three-dimensional. Is very advantage, is a lot of possibilities, and is educational and representative. The only limit is the imagination.
Well, basically, as my partner said, we are going to create an habitat and a greenhouse in virtual reality. So, well, we are really excited, and our subgroups or areas are habitat design, nutrition, visualization and programming, laboratory studies, and food preparation and analysis. So the softwares we are going to use are CoSpaces and Tinker. This is an interdisciplinary project because we include so many subjects: physics, chemistry, and biology. So we have the part of interaction, imagination development, and organization and science basics. So the first part of habitat design. design for our different models, type of structures through sketches and brainstorming we did yesterday with our group. We are going to build a model which is going to be able to transform in virtual reality, taking the real environment of some place. These are some of the sketches my team made, and this structure would not be possible without all. I want to invite you to look at some few of them. Someone you want to ask, Fernando? Or something you want to ask?
Okay, into different area is virtualization and programming. In this area, is very important the design to the habitat. This advantage.
Well, the main part of space allow us to create all these new projects from zero without boundaries of imagination. So in CoSpace, we'll take the place of making all of the process and all of the part of the moon or Mars in order to create the greenhouse and the habitat. And Tinkercad help us to design area. So we want also to design some few details inside the greenhouse and inside the habitat. And that's where Tinkercad comes in. Also, they are easy to manage and they are cool invention tools. And then some advantages, Fernanda?
Yes, the advantages is the feature with the technology and is perfectionist because the characteristics in spaces is very real. There are no bogus limits and real features. Well, in the other area is nutrition. Have different themes, and this is a market that normal diet, nutritional properties, food of necessary, especially date, food limits, and solutions that's appropriate. Um, this area is very related with the other area is food preparation and analysis. In this area, Danny?
Sorry. The food preparation and analysis is the exploration, storage, and shipping about the phone. Shipping, packing, preparation, direct relationship with nutrition. There are some few things we want to investigate and make because we also want to make brand new packing, which would be not expensive and is going to be good for Earth. The laboratory studies we are making is about amaranth and corn. We have chosen those because the amaranth we think is a really good legume. Also is really useful here in Mexico and all over the world. And the corn, well, what can I say, is really typical. Here the tortilla, here the tacos, here we eat corn in every parts. Everyone eats corn, everyone likes it. So yes, it would be a really cool corn and into space and to make the representation of how this corn and amaranth develops in virtual reality. So, Fernanda, something you want to add?
Yes, this project is very big, it's very amazing because it's interdisciplinary. To consider a different subject, biology, chemistry, and others. In Spanish, decimos que se mata dos pájaros de un solo tiro. In English, kill two birds with one stone, because is work in virtual and in the different designs is to create and with the imagination to have a different ideas. Danny, ¿quieres agregar otra cosa?
No, well, I think that's all thank you for paying attention and for everything.
Oh, that's fantastic. Wow.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you
As
so
a matter
much.
of fact, these guys are not just biologists. These guys are in computer science. And one of the things that I like about this group is that whenever you're working with computer science, it's not just solving computer science. Computer science is a tool that can help you to solve the problems for almost everything. And one of them is how to produce this legume, but they're going to visualize everything. They're building everything in virtual reality. And as a matter of fact, virtual and augmented reality are big trends in the future. I don't know if you saw probably everybody here, the launch from last, when was it? The 28th, 29th, don't remember the date. We can see this launch in our TVs, but there's an app that with the telemetry that is being broadcast to the phone, you can see the rocket being launched. You can see all the different components whenever they detach. You can see all of that in augmented reality. That's way more to see when the TV cannot broadcast that. But we can see that with virtual and augmented reality. And with the pandemic that we have right now, virtual reality, guys, is going to be very popular because we're going to be able to travel to some places. We're going to be able to interact. We are going to be able to meet together. And that's very, very important. And that's one of the key elements that the students are working with that today. They are working in multidisciplinary groups with different subject matter experts, let's say like that. We have designers, we have people doing the research, some people doing the design, the nutrition, how to put everything in virtual reality. And they're also doing two projects. One of them is the Leguminaut challenge, and the other one is the SIAR. And we are pushing this project with Professor Max Geraldo that is with us right now. We're gonna do this in virtual reality. So we're gonna make art in virtual reality. So that's very, very amazing from this job and for the team.
Wow, Daniel, Fernanda, that's absolutely fabulous. What I love really so much is that you've synthesized a couple different things. We had Dr. Jancy from SciArt Challenge in episode 11, and she challenged us to think about introducing a design for a garden on Mars. You guys are moving that along through the context of ExoLab. Fabulous synthesis of these two ideas. And then on top of that, you surprised me here by investigating amaranth, which we flew on ExoLab 5 with wasabi and pak choy and one other plant that's escaping me right now. So if you want to get, and I don't think you guys got information about ExoLab 5, but we've flown amaranth and we can give you some of that flight data. All right. So that'll be really exciting for you guys to be able to kind of look at something we've already done. Right now, that's not a candidate for in our legume series. It's a pseudo grain. It's kind of a really interesting, how do you classify that? I don't have enough knowledge to really help you there, but if your research is showing it's kind of classified more deeply as a legume rather than a grain, that's why I think they call it a pseudo grain. It's got so many different purposes. I would be very excited if you stepped up and formally submitted that amaranth should be that legume to send. Give us a good scientific reason why, and we'll make that a prospective candidate. Wow. That's really great. So South Africa, Mexico, let's come back to America for a little bit. And there is an amazing program. I don't know quite how long it's been in operation, but it's called the Future Farmers of America. And clearly it's about how do you maintain the knowledge and the expertise of farming to help feed not just the citizens of the United States, but really probably of the world. We are kind of a breadbasket, a lot of exports. And so with that, we have Sarah from University of Florida, who's been joining us in all of these Magnitude Live episodes. I'm really enjoying her insight and conversation, and she's going to share with us now a little bit more about the Future Farmers of America. So Sarah, floor is yours.
Thank you. Here, I'm going to try sharing my screen. Let's see. Share. All right. Where is it? Slideshow from beginning. Come on. Hold on. Okay.
There we go. That looks great. Mm-hmm.
So, like Ted said, I am at the University of Florida. Right now I'm majoring in plant science, and I got here because of the FFA. I started out wanting to become a vet, and that's what brought me into the Future Farmers of America, because they do a lot with animals too. But now I've come to the light side with the plants, and I'm really interested in figuring out how the FFA can partner with Magnitude Live to make an even bigger difference. So the FFA overall is a student-run organization for middle school and high school students in America and in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. See, this here is my school, Colonial High School. I graduated a couple years ago. I think it was like 2 years ago. It's pretty recent. But the FFA partners with agriculture teachers across America. So you see, here's the school, and then there are agriculture classes that students can take within the school. So not every student in the school is taking these classes, only a small handful that elect to. And then within those students, they're given the option to join the FFA down here, which is like a club, essentially. A lot of the work that's done for the club, a lot of those activities are after school and in students' free time. But it gives you a lot of really good experience that we're going to talk about throughout this speech. So the main points of the FFA are to help students achieve premier leadership, personal growth, and career success. Let's see. There we go. Yes. Okay. So as we talked about on Wednesday, someone mentioned these ribbons up here that are like show ribbons. When you think of an agriculture class in like high school, you often think of state fairs or county fairs. You guys might have seen some of these before. You see students with animals and ribbons, but a lot of people don't know what that means. Well, the FFA does a lot of this stuff. In fact, some of these pictures are mine, but that isn't all that the FFA does. Here you can see there's me with one of my sheep. There's one of our Yokohama chickens, and this is my partner with our steer that we raised. So, hold on. Yes, good. Okay, so the FFA is not just showing animals here. The FFA is made up of three main parts. There's the classroom instruction, which is very teacher-based, and then there are FFA activities and SAEs, supervised agricultural experiences, that are, both of these sections are very student-focused. So the students drive the progress that they make in these areas. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about all three of these things and how they tie into Magnitude.io and the missions of Magnitude. So the first section is the classroom. It tends to look, agriculture classrooms tend to look like traditional classes, except they tend to also be a little bit more hands-on, which of course gives us more of a challenge when we're moving online. But down here, you can see this is a veterinary science class. They have a dummy dog, which is what students use to practice things like CPR without using an actual live animal. And then you see down here, students are learning how to grow hydroponically. So even though there is a large classroom component, there are also sort of like lab components to the class as well, usually, where the students get to go outside and grow things and get involved. Now, for schools like mine was in a relatively low-income Hispanic area. And so these students probably never would have had experiences with agriculture or with growing hydroponically or with seeing like farm animals every day at school without classes like the agriculture classes that are in the schools that have FFA. So this instruction-based portion is really important because this is where students bond with the teacher, and then the teacher doubles as an FFA advisor to the club. Now we're at the second component with the FFA activities. So these are very broad. They can be a lot of different things, but they are still focused within the like FFA organization. So these are opportunities that the organization gives the students, like competitions that the organization hosts, leadership opportunities, and chapter involvement opportunities. So these are all experiences that I've had in high school. I'm going to go through them really fast. This competition, you can see we're getting off the plane. This is me and my environmental science team getting off the plane in Indianapolis for the National Environmental Science Competition. There are many other competitions, like up here, you can see this is vegetable evaluation. There's forestry, there's vet science, there's meat judging, a lot of different things covering many different disciplines. None, unfortunately, having to do with space, but it was these plant competitions and this environmental science competition that are what got me involved with plants. And so a lot of students come to plant science because of experiences like this. And so I think it's really valuable that we could bring Magnitude.io in and maybe get students involved in that as well. Then we have leadership. So within every FFA chapter, like club, essentially, there are different leadership roles. So we have high school, these are all high school students. We have a president, a vice president, a secretary, a treasurer, many different roles, and the students learn different life skills, how to count money, how to, lead others in like volunteer activities and in large groups. So this leadership is really important for the students as well. And then other chapter involvement activities. This is where I think Magnitude can get involved, because chapter involvement can be like the chapter, a group of people from the chapter getting involved with volunteering for an organization or with teaching other students. Down here, this is a picture of me teaching a group of middle school students how to identify forestry diseases. So I think I'm going to bring this up a little bit later, but teaching other students what you've learned is really important. And I think that can be definitely brought into the Magnitude.io space, and the students can help teach other students too. Now we're going to go to the third component. This is, again, what most people think of when they think of agriculture classes. They think of showing animals at the county fair. And again, that's the very classic example. Down here, this is my partner showing a classroom of students, one of our first goats, and what her body conformation looks like. So that's a very classic experience. But SAE experiences can be very diverse, even more diverse than all the other FFA experiences, because students get to choose for themselves what they want to do. And so they can choose anything within agriculture and also slightly outside of it. Here's an example that I think is really fun. Can you tell what this is? This is a venomous snake. Down here in Central Florida, we have this organization, I guess it's a sanctuary, honestly, for reptiles, and they have venomous snakes. And so they have apprenticeships for high school students that want to go and learn how to handle venomous snakes. And this is actually one of the 8 places in America that produces antivenom. And so these students during this apprenticeship can learn how the antivenom process happens, and that the antivenom is going to go and save lives. You know, like, this is very hands-on, interesting, exciting experience these students can get. And as in this example, it doesn't have to be completely within agriculture. I wouldn't consider reptiles and antivenom agriculture. But there also is, like, starting a small business. Students can do that. The most important, in my opinion, is doing science. And I think that's what Magnitude.io could help bring to the FFA. There's this really cool example that's very pertinent to Magnitude, and I think you guys will all be very excited about this. This FFA chapter in Oregon created a farm bot. It's a farm robot. So it's this L-shaped thing, you see that? And it scans over this table of plants, and it senses if the plants, let's say, need nitrogen, then it sprays fertilizer on the plants. Or if they're dehydrated, it sprays water, whatever the plants need. And this is an open source, honestly, document on the internet. Anyone can build this thing, but it's a lot of work. And this FFA chapter, not just these 3 students, but the whole chapter pitched in and made this thing. And it took them like 6 months or something, but it's this incredible piece of work that these students work together on that's very pertinent to astrobotany. So
they have one of those at the Kennedy Space Center. They invited them down, NASA invited them down, and they've built one there. You can see it in their growth facility.
See, isn't that so cool? Like, who gets that opportunity? It's so exciting that students are being able to do this stuff, like today. Okay, so the FFA and Magnitude.io, where does it all fit together? I think that Magnitude fits the best into the SAE category, where students can sort of partner up and be in small groups and do these specialized projects that take a lot of time. But I also think that Magnitude.io's like classroom experience, that they have their PowerPoints online and everything that students can use, that can be brought in to the FFA as well. And then in terms of FFA activities, I think that the students, after doing their project within sort of the SAE realm, they can go and they can teach other students. And in that way, they're also doing FFA activities because they're going and teaching other students what they've learned from this project. So this is generally my layout for how I think that my home chapter is going to do this. So here we have a group of students. It's a relatively small group, but all of these students have access to one exo lab. And, oh, sorry. The situation that I think will work the best is for students to split up into smaller groups that have more niche interests. So let's say this green group wants to look at how blue light affects plants. They can set up their own experiment for that. And so sort of trying to share this exo lab with several groups of students to get different sets of data to contribute in different ways to the Magnitude.io mission. And then after the students design the experiments, they'll collect and report the data, they'll take care of the plants, everything that needs to happen. And then I'm hoping that the students will then be able to visit schools like middle schools, for example, or even go into different classrooms within the school they're in now and teach about what they learned and how they went through this like new experience. Because honestly, they probably haven't done any science before, you know, they haven't designed experiments. And so this will be really exciting for them to be able to tell people how they did this process. So I want to step back for a second and say that while the FFA does focus on plant and animal agriculture, and Magnitude.io tends to focus on sort of different subjects, especially space subjects that aren't always you know, very closely related to, let's say, animal agriculture, there's a lot of overlap between the FFA goals and the Magnitude.io goals, such as community involvement and solving real-world problems and project-based learning experiences. It makes me really excited to think about how the FFA and Magnitude can partner up and improve the lives of students and improve science. And I'm just really excited for the future thinking about this. And I hope that my chapter will be, my chapter will be the first to partner with Magnitude.io, but I hope and I bet that it won't be the last. Thank you for your time.
How awesome is that, Sarah?
Yeah, great presentation.
Thank you.
It's yes, let's do it. Let's make it happen. And I propose, how about an FFM, Future Farmers of Mars? What do you say?
Really?
You could be the first chapter. That's fabulous. Yeah, there's just so much we can do. There's this infrastructure that already exists. And when you look at FFA, it is about feeding the world and maintaining that. And with that outreach and these overlaps, I think it's a wonderful way for us to investigate it. When I see that robot, and I think Dr. Barker, you mentioned there's one down in near Kennedy, I'm really excited to connect a gentleman, Dr. Peter Sand, who has I think it's a small little farm. It might be no more than 5 to 20 acres, but it's fully driven by robotics. He was one of our early mentors when we were looking at the Internet of Things technology 6 or 7 years ago. And Dr. Sand now has kind of developed something, his company's called Modular Science. And it's really designed for automating lab equipment and things like that. But he evolved it to creating farms that were self-regulating. Very similar to what I was looking there, that big gantry arm that was measuring and then applying what was needed in real time. And I would imagine if we have something like that on the surface of Mars, that the robots would prepare the crops. And as those astronauts were on their way there, and they finally got to the red planet, that the robots already would have had food, fresh food waiting for them. So it took a little while for that to germinate. Oh, yes, Dr. Barker, I see you jumping up with what do you got?
And so, do you want to see the current state of the art for that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Can I show my screen?
Yeah.
So,
we can keep it a little tight. I've got to want to make sure I get something on schedule here. So go right ahead.
3 minutes, right? So the technologies that we need to grow plants remotely on Mars. So we need to be able to understand their spectral characteristics and understand how their spectral characteristics tell us how they're feeling. So that way, like, the robot can intervene by adding water or nutrients or pesticides. Well, we won't need pesticides on Mars, right?
Not yet.
So I used to work at a place called Rothamsted Research. It's the world's oldest agricultural research center. And they had a thing called the Scanalyzer. So the field Scanalyzer is a robot built in field. It's huge. It's like the farm bot on steroids. And essentially what it does is it takes photos. And this photo here is your normal camera photo, RGB. But each one of those pixels isn't just RGB. It's like 1,000 different frequencies of light. So this is a massive data cube that this robot is producing. And they're using it to breed different varieties of wheat that will be sustainable in future more variable climates. They can create 3D reconstructions, all kinds of cool stuff. So under the hood here, they've got every sensor known to humankind. It's bonkers. And finally, this is it in action. So this is the sort of thing that farmers love to play with. So
wow, blow me away. It's amazing.
Wow.
I used to live just the other side of those trees there in an old mountain.
How fortunate.
Back in the day. And so you can see this thing is immense. And so if we're going to be doing this on a scale that's going to feed the first team of astronauts, it's going to be on this kind of scale. And so I think it's really awesome to see the future farmers of America like integrating the engineering component to help arm these agronomists for the future, because these are the tools that they're going to be using to ensure that they can use precision agriculture to maintain yield in smaller areas. And And so yeah, I had a flashback to this thing we were
That's
talking
absolutely
about.
fabulous. Send me that link, will you? Or share it in the chat, and we'll get it in part of our program. And Fernanda and Danielle, I know you're going to get some design applications here on the work that you showed us earlier. Let's get inspired and do some cool stuff, right? Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Yes, really, really cool.
All right.
Cool.
It's amazing.
That's called Exolab Prime, by the way.
Yeah. It's got a walking mode when it like puts out legs.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that really does look futuristic. Wow.
Doesn't it just?
That's amazing.
That's really flipped out. That's awesome.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Barker. If I can, I'm going to switch over to, we're right at the top of the hour, and I had a constraint with time here. We have an amazing young scientist, 9 years of age, who's prepared a video. He's going to take us on a quick little tour of his garden. And Daniel, I think you're here. So I'm going to show this, and then I'd love you to maybe provide a little background on this afterwards. I think everyone can see my screen. So stand back. He's gonna do some science here. Can you hear it?
Yep.
Is my garden. Here is a black bean. Here is a pinto bean. Here is a navy bean. Here is a garbanzo bean, and there is a lentil. Here is what the black bean's flowers look like, and here's what the plant's finished product looks like inside the pod. This morning, I picked up a plant to search for little balls that contain rhizobia, a type of bacteria that help the plant gather nitrogen from the atmosphere. Here's what it looks like. I hope you like this video, and thank you for watching.
How awesome is that?
Superb.
And now joining us live, hey, Daniel. Pop in, you've got a couple minutes with us. Please share with us. You had some comments you wanted to make in addition to the video.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, yes. Welcome back. So it was a great video. Thank you so much for sharing it and doing the microscopy there and showing us the nodules. You had some other things you'd like to share?
Yes, I would also like to share some things some sketches that I made. Okay, so we're going to wait, is it sharing?
It looks like it's holding up a little bit here. One thing we might want to do, we'll give it a couple more minutes. If you can also forward those to me, and I can show them a little later as well, depending on your schedule. But your connection seems a little intermittent.
Yeah, the screen is blank, so it might be that you've shared a different part of your screen.
Ah, that's an idea.
Yeah.
Is it loading now?
Nope.
No.
I think if you stop sharing and then try share again.
Okay, so
Ah, there we go. We're seeing something now. Yeah, I think you may have shared not quite the right part of your screen. If you...
Oh, I think he's sharing a different desktop.
Select the middle screen. I think probably you have like 2 or 3 monitors.
everybody. May I jump in for a second? Ted, Tony?
Sure.
Hi, my name is Ms. Hawker, and I am Daniel's third grade teacher, along with Tate, who's on here. She's my student teacher. And Daniel, while you're trying to work with that, I appreciate that. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. This collaboration and the communication around the world is what's teaching all of our students, and I just absolutely appreciate and love that. And this is a great way to end. This is our last day of school. And, you know, Daniel's been working on a lot of things on his own. His mom told me that at the top of the pandemic, when all of this started happening, Daniel started thinking, oh my gosh, we got to think about food. And that's what made him start growing more of his garden, she said. And it just all connects. And Daniel has always been a go-getter and initiating a lot. So just appreciate this platform to be able to let him share his own thoughts and ideas and what he's observed and done. So this has just been a great opportunity to end the year in this manner. It's been awesome.
He is awesome.
Yes, yes. So Daniel, if it's not working, if you want to remember how we always clear it and then start fresh, how they're saying, go ahead and close it, the sharing, and you can also send it to Tony and Ted, and they can share later, so no problem. But you had an introduction you wanted to do, Daniel, and just so people could get to know you. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So let them know who you are.
Hey, Ted, can you pin his video?
Hi, my name is Daniel, and I have just finished third grade. In March, I planted 5 different types of legumes: black beans, navy beans, pinto beans, lentils, and garbanzo beans. Now they are making their final flowers and first pods.
Excellent. Thank you, Daniel. And you said you had your preference. You had 2 at the top of your list that you would want to send, possibly on the Leguminaut channel or challenge?
Yes, my first 2 options would be soybeans and lentils, because first, soybeans are very nutritious and can take on many forms such as soy milk and tofu, and lentils because they mature very quickly.
Thank you, Daniel.
Those lentils do grow really quickly. And man, talk about a technical glitch there. I'm glad I didn't drop the entire Zoom meeting. Of course, it's going to happen, right? It's the last episode. We're going to have some roadblocks. I missed some of your presentation there, Daniel, but we've got it captured on video. You're a YouTube star. You're a science star. Thank you for taking us on your garden tour and giving. Hey, Michael, welcome back.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. I just got the tail end there, Daniel. That's incredible research. And Arlene, thank you so much for the support of your students and young scientists. That's what this is all about for me. And just so seeing this really spread it's really great. And if you had luck with Daniel, if you had luck with lentils, you're doing better than me. I have had terrible luck with lentils. Finally got my first 6 lentil plants to germinate and enough that I could plant them. They just kept turning to mush on me. So good job there, man.
Awesome. And I guess I should say Arlene and Daniel come from Lodi Unified School District, the first school district that sent the ExoLab to space. They were on ExoLab 1 all the way up. Arlene's just joining us now on ExoLab 8. We've kind of worked from the middle school up to the high school. Now we're working our way through K through 5. And we're really excited, especially when we see precocious scientists like Daniel engaging fully in the investigations and contributing to the research that we need to make a determination. So if you haven't written up your formal proposal yet for either, you only can select one, that's soybean or lentil. Please do that. You have until June 10th and make your vote count. Tell us the reasons why. And we'd be excited to include that in our decision-making process.
And I can give Daniel 10 reasons why it should be soybean.
All right.
You thought it was going to stay quiet. You really thought it was going to stay quiet.
And poor Steve, he can't get lentils in on the game here.
Yeah.
So one thing, just that we have principal investigators each which have adopted a legume, and Diana, of course, is very passionate about soy. glycine max is the plant that should go to space, according to our Canadian friend. Steve Jones, unfortunately, can't represent himself with lentil, but here is, of course, Michael has got his clover.
Okay. Look at this nice healthy.
And I don't know.
Gil's is here, though.
Is Gil still here?
Yeah,
This
from
one's after
Japan.
midnight. It's after 1 a.m.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the competition. That's all. Just staying quiet and listening. Just being all right.
There you go. Confident.
Yeah.
So after that presentation with you and your wife last week, showing us the amazing things we can do with the Azuki beans. Oh man, it made me so hungry. How can you not consider Azuki as a candidate for flight, right? But
yeah, hey Gil, you have the most submission from Japan.
Right on. Cool.
Right.
But the thing is, listen, as big as I am with Azuki, over here Azuki is big, but I have to give it the soybean. I mean, they are talking to the students and the other faculty that are looking into this. They're like, yeah, Azuki's really cool, but they're like really into both soy and clover. So it's pretty tight over here right now. So
yeah, there you go. Well, actually, that's a wonderful segue. And before my internet decided it was going to burp, we have a world record holder joining us today. A woman that was persistent enough to find the most clovers in four-leaf clovers in an hour than anybody else, and she's got a technique down. So we thought, why not end the last show of the school year with a treasure hunt challenge? So this summer, how many clovers can you find in an hour that have at least 4 leaves? So Gabriella, I think you're on. I'm going to give you the floor.
I'm right here.
Yeah, there you are. Awesome. Share with us your adventure and how you did it, and any other cool tips and tricks we can have. So maybe we can try to achieve. I'd like to find one, right? I went out and grabbed a bag of seeds and I just poured them all over my front yard because I had to just kind of at least get something down there for the spring. And maybe I got a clover that has 4 leaves, maybe I don't. But what's your trick? The floor is yours. Want to hear more about your challenge and how you became a world record holder?
Yeah, so thank you so much for inviting me. This is very fun. A little bit about me. My name is Gabriella Gerhardt. I live in Madison, Wisconsin, in the United States, and I am not.
You and Richard are neighbors.
Yes. Richard is actually the one that introduced me. Richard was invited to participate in my most recent world record attempt, but he was unable to join us on that particular day that I chose.
I was at the Kennedy Space Center, but I would have been there if I wasn't.
I'll get you in the next one. So I am not a plant scientist. I'm actually a geologist by training. And so I love science, but I actually do not have a green thumb. I'm terrible at growing plants, but I became absolutely fascinated with clovers over the last 10 years. I found my first one in 2010 when I was just wandering around campus when I was in college. And I kept finding them randomly around, would maybe go out for a walk every once in a while just to take a look for one. And I found a really highly mutated patch one day, and I was pretty fascinated by it, and then started seeking them out a little bit more and more. And it just snowballed over the years. And now, does anyone want to hazard a guess as to how many 4-leaf or more clovers I have in my collection right now? Daniel?
Did you say more than 4 leaves?
4 or more. I'll get into that in just a sec.
I think it should be over 100 because the world record for finding clovers in 1 hour, the last time I saw it, was 166.
Yes. So I definitely have more than 100. It's quite a lot more than 100. Does anyone else have a guess?
850.
Doing a Google search.
So this number is actually not easy to find on the internet. So my current total just as of yesterday, it just surpassed 64,000.
Wow.
So, and the reason I've scaled up is because my hobby became very data driven, and it also became interested in breaking records. And so I actually pulled out my Guinness World Record certificate.
Oh, look at that.
Congratulations.
This is my certificate for the most 4-leaf clovers found in 8 hours. It was the first record I pursued, and I found 887 in 8 hours, 8 consecutive hours. And like I said, there are actually, I found more than 4 leaves. And I'll share my screen real quick so I can show you some photos.
Some data science here.
And some data too, because I've been tracking pretty closely.
Yeah, I'm looking through all my clovers here, and I'm thinking, wow, what is the probability there? Because I've got a lot of clovers growing here in the lab.
Yes. So, well, so I guess I'll go back to, can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great. So this is Trifolium repens is the plant that I look for. It's also called white clover. And so most of the clovers are 3 leaves, which is what trifolium means. And repens means creeping. So the plant kind of grows out over time. And so if you see a big patch of clover in the grass, it could be one plant. And what I tend to do is I find mutated plants and then revisit them over and over again. It's called white clover because of the pretty white flowers that grow. And it's actually a plant that I tell people not to kill. People consider it a weed, but it actually fixes nitrogen in the soil. So it's great for grass. It's also great for pollinators. So bees really love it. And it's also a great livestock grazing crop from what I understand. This is the first clover I found in 2010, my very poor picture on my flip phone from college. But I kept going from there. So 4-leaf clovers are a mutation. So if you look at a patch of clovers, you might find a mutation. 4 leaves are the most common. And it's very magical when you find one. And my advice in terms of if you want to look for one yourself, the key is to find some white clover in the area that you live. Ideally, you're looking at a patch where the clovers are pretty big and easy to see from a standing position. And then I like to find a place where there's lots of white clover, and I just kind of wander around, walking slowly, letting my eyes scan without lingering too long on any individual clover. It's very much a mindfulness activity in my mind because it's easier to identify one if you let your mind clear. And our brains are really good at picking up patterns. So if you just keep walking around and wandering around and looking over, all of a sudden a 4-leaf clover will pop out at you. And it's a pretty magical experience when it happens. And you also get better at it over time. So 4 leaves are where I got started. And then I found a 5-leaf. This is one of the biggest 5-leaves I've ever found. And then I found a 6-leaf. And then I found 7-leaf clover. And then I found an 8-leaf.
Wow.
And then I found a 9-leaf. So the 9-leaf is the highest leaf count I've ever found. I found 3 of them total in all of my time. And I'm pretty, yeah, I'm eagerly looking for my 10-leaf, but I have not found it yet. Although statistically, I think I have a little bit of ways to go before I will find one. And then I also find 1- and 2-leaf clovers. And these are like naturally occurring 1- and 2 leaves, not ones that have been chopped of leaves over time. And then they found all these really weird, interesting mutations over the years. So this one obviously has 3 shoots off the stem, and one of those shoots turns into 3 leaves. And I found 7-leaf clovers that are like that. I've also found clovers where the leaves grow farther down on the stem. I found cone clovers, which is a pretty interesting mutation that indicates it's a really wild, highly mutated patch. And sometimes there's even 2 cones on a single clover. Wow. So I've become really fascinated with these weird, odd mutations. But overall,
there we go.
So I've been collecting since 2010, and between 2010 and 2014, I found around 600. And in 2015, that's when I got really serious about it. So I really put in an effort to find a lot of mutated patches and collect a lot. And so I found just shy of 5,000 that year. And then I've scaled up since then. And 2017 is when I first reached out to Guinness. I applied to break the 8-hour record and waited for them to get approval and have them give me a list of all the things I needed to do in order to get the record. And from that point on, I started collecting a lot of data. I would track individual patches, how many 4-leaf clovers they produced each week, find out when they peak. 2018 is the year I actually set the record for most 4-leaf clovers collected in 8 hours, and I obviously jumped my total up pretty high that year. In 2019, I went way higher than I ever expected, with 23,000 in the single year. I also set another world record, the 1-hour record. I broke that, although it's still pending with Guinness. I still haven't gotten confirmation, but I found 451 clovers in 1 hour.
Wow.
And that was the record that I invited Richard to come observe, but he wasn't able to make it. So next time I break a record, he'll be invited to come. So I've been going up pretty exponentially, and this year so far I found a little over 9,000. So I expect that I'll break 25,000, perhaps even 30,000 this year.
That's more than 60 a day.
Yeah, my days average, I would say my average when I go out is probably in the range of 150 to 300. Wow. And I keep all those statistics. So I do some statistics at the end of the year to find out how efficient I am. And I'm all about creating efficiency over time.
You are very determined.
Yeah. You're very determined. You say you're very data driven. Do you have like geo locations for your favorite clusters? I would love to see you like foraging like a bee going to the flowers around a field. So since Richard lives in Madison, you might actually see me. I have a lot of friends that spot me on the side of the road and will text me like, "Hey, I just saw you." So that's pretty frequent, and people get a little freaked out by what I'm doing. They get very concerned about me, and I just explain what I'm doing, and they tend to be pretty entertained by it. But yes, I do track patches, and I'll actually show you. I can show you quickly my spreadsheet.
I was going to say, do we need to sign an NDA or anything like that?
No, I won't keep it up long enough for you to probably figure out where any one of my patches is. But so 2015 was the first year I tracked how many I found each day. And then can you all see that spreadsheet?
Yep.
Yeah.
2016 is the year I started counting. I tracked each individual leaf count and how many I found of each leaf count. And then 2017, that's the year that I was looking to where I applied to break the record. So I actually started tracking patches, individual patches, where they were.
I know that place.
And then 2018, I started actually collecting data on how many four-leaf clovers I found at each patch. So I could find out how patches perform over the course of a year. And I continued that into 2019. And that's how I actually selected the location for my 1 hour record, because I wanted to find the place with the most clovers in the smallest region. So that was a really helpful. So the data-driven clover collecting has been really efficient for me over time in optimizing. And that's why I'm able to hit 63,000. And then I'll go back and I'll just share some overall statistics for you, which I pulled together yesterday. So like I said, in 2016, is the first year can everyone see the slideshow again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In 2016, that's the first year I started collecting leaf count data. And what was interesting when I started collecting it was how consistent the spread between, as you went up leaf counts, how it changed by pretty much an order of magnitude. And that trend held consistent in future years. So here's my data from 2016, and then again, my data from 2017. And so, and then here's all my data from each of the years, and I lumped 2010 to 2015 together since they're smaller totals. And so if you plot it on linear scale, that's what it looks like. But if you plot it on the logarithmic scale, that's where the data becomes super interesting. You get pretty much every leaf you go up, it's a 1 order of magnitude more rare. And so statistically, I shouldn't have found that many nine leaf clovers quite yet. So maybe they're a little bit more frequent than you might expect. But statistically speaking, I would need to find 1 million clovers in order to find a 10 leaf. So we'll see how that goes. Although patches tend to be a little bit more mutated. So I do think that higher leaf counts are more common in mutated patches.
Have you ever considered looking for causal mutations? Because the scale of the data here, it looks like you could be doing like a genome-wide association study and like sequencing the genomes to find like the genetic loci that cause these mutations. It's the sort of thing you'd see at UW genetics department all the time. Like, keep going, over.
Yeah, I mean, I love the data, and I have absolutely no reason to collect it except my own fascination with it. Richard might be one of the first people that's first plant scientist that's expressed a really deep interest in my data. So maybe other people will be more interested in the future.
The other concept that I really like here is that I always associated a 4-leaf clover with luck. Finding one of those is a lucky thing. Everyone knows that. And what you've done here, you've been lucky, and then you've like organized yourself with data science, and you've generated more luck in the future. And it
quantified luck.
Yes. Always in the math.
It's a great example of self-made luck. So where else has this like spilled over into your life and life choices? And congratulations, by the way, for your recent election.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So in terms of my, it's something that brings me a lot of joy, and I found that there's two things I love about clover hunting. The first thing is wandering around and just that wonderful process of spending hours kind of wandering around and trying to identify these patches, letting my brain go into a nice, like, neutral, relaxed state so that I can spot those four-leaf clovers. So that's always the first step for me, is I have to identify these patches. And so I do a lot of that kind of relaxing walks around. And then once I've identified those patches and I have kind of my Rolodex, then it's a strategic effort to collect in an efficient manner and put those clovers through a process so I can handle that type of scale. And then also that leads me to that goal. I'm a very goal-oriented person, so working towards setting the records really is fun for me. So, but it's a very different experience. It's like it's not the relaxing part, but it's satisfying to me in a totally different way. And so it's a hobby that I absolutely love. And I think it's kind of, I've never been so data driven about a hobby before, but I would imagine that there's a lot of hobbies that being data driven about helps you optimize it. And so I definitely think, like Ted said, I would challenge any of you to kind of go out and have fun. As long as you're having fun, try to find a four-leaf clover, enjoy it, get outside, wander around. It's a great social distancing opportunity. But some places don't have as much white clover as others. So if you don't have it in your town, or if you can't find a lot, I would challenge you maybe to see how you can collect some data from your hobbies and find if that brings you joy, and if you can help optimize your hobby over time using that data and adjusting according to the data.
How fabulous.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Do you know,
kind of letting your mind go blank, it reminds me a lot of the state you kind of have to get into when you're doing meteor shower watching, because you can't really, or you're looking for a comet or any of the astronomical observations, that you really have to let your mind kind of blank out. And it is quite amazing how the human brain grabs onto a pattern. It's
you're really allowing your brain to do what it does naturally. And I do think it's very much in line with meditation, and people that choose to do meditation for lots of different reasons and in lots of different ways. I mean, hobbies can be very meditative, and they get you into that state of mind.
You must have a very low blood pressure and resting heart rate.
Yeah, and you learn to get into that mindset. So people say, oh, I don't know how you do that so well. And it's like, well, I've been spending thousands of hours over the last 10 years practicing it, and I can hop right into that mindset. And I love it because it's very soothing. And
so does, as you said, you repens, but so Pertensi, the red clover doesn't quadrifoil? It does.
I have found it from time to time, but I actually do not see it frequently. And if you talk about, I've read a little bit about it, like a traditional four-leaf clover that people think of, as the lucky, that is typically a white clover. And I just think that white clovers have more common mutations, because I have looked at a lot of clovers randomly over the years, and I find more in white clover, but also white clover tend to be part of grass mixes. So you'll see it a lot more. I find white clover more frequently than I'd ever find red clover. So that might be part of it as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind me jumping in. So I used to find lots of four-leaf clovers when I was growing up in England. And I've got to say, I haven't found them over here in California so much, but maybe I'm in the wrong parks.
Well, California's got a lot of red clover. That's
okay.
Native there. So
there's also distinct cultural differences on lawn care. In the UK, I think it's a lot more common to have clover in the mix. And I think it's a lot more common in the US to have seed suppressant chemicals and nitrogen in the mix.
Yeah, they use a lot of broadleaf herbicides in the grass mixes. So
oh, I can't tell you how many times I've found a wonderful field with a patch that produces 100 to 200 clovers every few weeks, and then a grass that they put weed killer on it, and then a couple weeks later it's gone. hurts my heart, but you know, I can't control what people do.
Put a little tiny sign. It looks like little, you know, some little pixies or something. Put it in there. The leprechauns. It says, "Don't hurt our land."
Diana has a question.
Yes.
Thanks, Gabriella. This is really interesting. Do you compare any of your findings with international findings, like Shigeo Obara in Japan, when he found 56 total on one stem?
Yes.
Do you have any of that you compare with? Do you look at other places? Do you see growth and more growing on one in another country than compared to some other?
My impression of Shigeru Obara, is that how you say his name? Or yeah, so he holds the Guinness World Record for the most leaves on a clover, and unfortunately he passed away, I believe, back in 2008 or 2010. And it's a shame because if he were still alive today, I would 100% travel to Japan just to meet with him. But my impression is that he actually spent a long time cultivating mutated clovers and actually had a large property where he would crossbreed them in some way that I am not good at. I don't believe I would ever be good at doing that, but so he spent many years crossbreeding, and so I bet he found some natural plants and then continued to cultivate them over the years. And so I would imagine that 56 leaf clover, I don't think that happens in nature unless there's a human interrupting that process or guiding that process over time.
And that is why I was asking about the genetics, because of getting the right combinations of mutations. And through your journey, you've discovered all these different mutations, and just crossing the right one together would create something like 56 leaves. And that's why I was like, ooh, that would be a fun game.
It's fascinating. But I do think you need a big property because that creeping nature of the plant requires quite a lot of space. It's to truly get a plant that's naturally growing. And I find that mutations tend to cluster on the outer edges of the at the margins of the patches. And so that's another tip, is if you're seeing a field with distinct patches, an easy way to scan it is to actually look around the edges, because it's easier to identify a four leaf on the edges anyway.
That kind of makes sense, because you'd have your pioneer mutations trying to extend the range. That's cool.
Yeah, so when I'm surveying an area, I don't necessarily want to find a patch with one clover, so I'm fine skipping by clovers one by one, if in lieu of identifying the mutated patches for future reference.
There's another question for you by Javier.
Okay, you have found clovers that are very unusual. Do you know if probably Dr. Barker can help us too? If those features are propagated to new generations? Let's say a 4 clover leaf will produce more 4 clover leaf, or is it gonna go back to 3 leaves?
If I'm answering your question correctly, I mean, I do think that there are probably more than one reason why mutations happen, because I definitely identify plenty of plants where there's one mutant, one individual 4 or 5 leaf clover, and then I revisit those places and one never occurs again. But I spend a lot of time identifying those patches where the mutation is clearly in the plant itself, because it'll produce dozens or even hundreds of 4-leaf clovers or more 4-leaf clovers over time. And then I do find that some patches evolve to produce more interesting mutations over time. So for example, I've been tracking this one patch for the last couple of years, and if I look back at my data, I usually would find between 30 and maybe 80 clovers on a good day. And then this year, that patch, the first time I visited it, I found about 300 mutant clovers right away. And so far this year, I found about 37 leaves from that one patch, an 8-leaf and a 9-leaf. And I had never identified a 7-leaf clover from that patch in the past. So I don't know what happened over since in that year.
Well,
but
here's an interesting thing. Oh my goodness.
There's something happening with that plant.
Wow. So if you're taking these mutant clovers from the edge of the patch, the plant is probably saying, well, I need to make some more of these. Right?
Maybe. The other a likely cause would be transposons. So there's many different causes of mutations. Sometimes just like radiation from the sun, like UV. And so if you wanted to create more of these mutations, you could get a patch and put it under UV lights, and that would increase the mutation rate. But if you're seeing it like in a local locality like that, and you're seeing lots of mutations occurring in subsequent generations, what's that probably indicating is transposon. Transposable elements are called jumping genes. They were discovered at Cold Spring Harbor DNA Center shortly after the DNA discovery. And what it turns out is that the corn is a really fascinating model plant because it has most of its genome made of jumping genes. So many years ago, back in the Aztec era, they discovered that these jumping genes increase diversity. And so they selected for them within the Aztec Empire. And that is why corn has so much variety, because it's constantly shuffling its genome to produce more genetic diversity to help it survive in adverse areas. As we then looked for those jumping genes in other species, we found them, just not as many of them. And so certain environmental situations can actually activate these jumping genes suboperons, like maybe stressful environments. And when you activate a jumping gene from the genome, sometimes it replicates its location locally, lots or a little bit. So you get a lot of variation there. So those clusters that you're seeing, if you were to look at their genome, I would bet you would find jumping genes and you would find them being in an active state in that area. And that's one of the tools that people now use in agricultural breeding is jumping genes. In the olden days, they used to use chemical mutagenesis and UV mutagenesis to create more diversity. But now we use jumping genes, or we target the jumping genes with genetic engineering or genome editing strategies. But what you're seeing there is a natural version of that, and it produces such a beautiful outcome. Over.
So we can make a 500-leaf clover then.
Maybe. I mean, I've always thought that I wouldn't try for the most leaf count, but maybe when I have some property of my own in the future, and if my husband doesn't mind me having a clover-filled backyard, we'll maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll have Richard come and consult on my clover cultivation.
You build a big patch, just have the robot scan.
Yeah.
Let's put some science behind this. Wow, that's absolutely fabulous.
I have one more quick question. When you find the 4-leaf clovers or the multi-leaf clover, have you noticed any kind of trend in terms of, is it the first or second node, or in terms of where it branches out from the stem?
Oh, like the actual individual clover where it's branching out?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of variation I've found. There's definitely clovers. Oh, hang on just a second. There's definitely clovers where there are 4 shoots off the stem, and then there are 4-leaf clovers where there's 3 shoots off the stem, and one of the shoots creates 2 leaves. And then I've also found variants, I found 7-leaf clovers where there's truly 7 shoots off the stem. But I've also found 7-leaf clovers where there's like fewer, and then some of those shoots create multiple leaves. And there's just so much variability. And then typically though, when you see that so 5-leaf clovers, I call them Christmas tree clovers. They're 3 shoots off the stem, and one of those shoots turns into 3 leaves. That's a very common 5-leaf mutation that I find, and it clusters in certain patches. Some patches that the 5-leaf clovers are always pretty much like that. And then they'll sometimes have 7-leaf varieties where you'll have 5 shoots off the stem and one of them turns into 3. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, the variation is pretty widespread. I'm always surprised by how much it changes.
How fabulous. So this is your summer challenge. Anyone that's watching, or whether live or recorded, if you want something fun to do this summer, find a 4-leaf clover. And when you find your first, don't send us all of them that you found, but would you send us an email with a link so we can see that, and we'll post it? Just hello@Magnitude.io. Anyone out there doing some clover 4 or more leaf hunting, share your first, and that's your challenge for the summer, kids.
Yeah. And Ted, I can share my email too if that's of interest. If should I share my email?
Your Instagram has loads of pictures on it, right?
Yes. So let me. I'll just show up so that it's on the recording for the future. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
So this is my email. That's my personal email, GabrielleMGerhard@gmail.com. And feel free to reach out if you'd like to learn more about clovers. We could set up a call. If you have specific questions, I'd be happy to share my data with people that know more about these things than I do. And then I also have an Instagram 4-leaf clover hunt. And I have a pretty extensive collection of my finds over the course of the year. And that's also a good place to kind of track what I'm working on.
Let's do a cloverleaf challenge next year, or right, just like everyone go out on a Saturday and just see if they can find one. Right? Does that sound
It would
fun?
be so fun. I have actually strongly considered in the future for clover records, maybe proposing a clover record to Guinness where we try to find the most four-leaf clovers with a group of people.
Yeah.
And we across the world for as many people collecting at the same time.
Well, let's make it
around the world.
That would be very fun. It would be a lot of work, but I think that I could take it on maybe sometime in the future.
All right, the FFC, Future Farmers of Clover. All right, we're going to move on to our next segment. Gabriella, thank you so much for sharing your enjoyable hobby and your application of data science, tuning and optimizing you to be a high performer in that hunt for the most number of four-leaf clovers. 8 hours? I was only understanding the 1 hour. I didn't realize you had the tenacity to hang on for 8 hours. Do you take lunch breaks, bathroom breaks? I mean,
yeah, the day it was horrible. That I had a team about 15 people that were helping me, and the day we chose, it was so hot. It was direct sunlight, 95 degrees, humid. So we had to take about a full hour and a half off in the middle of the day.
Marathoning.
Wow, humid in Madison, right? So
yeah, it was rarely that. It's really that hot. But I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to shoot for 1,500 to 2,000. I think I can.
Holy guacamole! There we go. Awesome. So we've got Beth online, right? I think Beth's here. There she is. Hey, Beth.
Hi.
Awesome. So we're going to move right on over, a little bit behind the schedule, but to be expected. There's so many cool things to talk about and share. Students from around the world sharing their stuff, talking about our challenge to find the right legume to go to space, thinking about how we can find these mutant clovers and what have you. And now, how about a little recipe, taking some legumes. And Beth, it's so enjoyable when you come in, you give us a recipe each week. Leguminaut down there in Orlando. Next time you're on the way to Kennedy, make sure you drop by and grab a good meal. What do you got for us today?
Well, it's great that we just had Gabriella on talking about clover, because I have some alfalfa and clover sprouts, and I am going to make us a little cucumber sandwich for a quarantine party. So if you wore your hat today, in fact, I was looking at my hats and I was like, what does a Leguminaut wear to a tea party? They wear a beanie.
Okay. I'll have to run and grab my beanie real quick.
Yeah. So had to wear my beanie for my Leguminauts. And I have some. I haven't done anything with sprouts yet, and I figure that if you are growing your legumes, you might want to be able to make something really quick. So this would be a really fun one. It's really easy. And you can kind of do whatever you want with it. So if you want to have make your favorite tea. In fact, as I was researching clover recipes, I found out that red clover tea is actually a tea that people drink, and it has some health benefits. And I've never had it, and I couldn't buy it. But I was like, wow, if you're growing clover, or if you have clover in your yard that's pesticide free, you could actually it is edible, so you can actually forage your own clover. And so even the clovers that you're picking, they are edible. They might be a little bitter from my reading. I haven't tried them yet, but my mom has some really good clover in her yard, so I think I might go steal some this weekend and see if I can play around in the kitchen with it. But I did actually get some clover and alfalfa sprouts from my health food store. And so I'm going to use those today and show you how to make a cucumber sandwich. So it's really easy. What you're going to do for really pretty sandwiches, get some bread. A lot of people use white bread for their fancy tea party. I say use whatever you like. So I like bread that has like grains and seeds in it, because it just tastes really good. So whatever you like. And you're going to go ahead and get some vegan butter, usually soy based. So you're just adding another legume to your recipe. And you're going to take your butter and butter the inside of your bread, because that's going to get your cucumbers to stick to the inside of your bread. And then I also have some avocado. So I'm going to just take my cucumber slices and put them in my bread, nice and flat, and then some avocado slices as well. So the thing about making a tea party sandwich is that you want the food to be like really pretty, and you know, like you're gonna have people over if you weren't quarantine partying. So if you're not having people over, then you're gonna do this on Zoom. And
Hey, you've got me
yeah,
at cucumber
exactly.
sandwiches, by the way.
Exactly.
For British
So
people, that's authentic.
exactly. So the avocado makes it you know, a little more modern and hip. So we're gonna add the avocado and the cucumber, one on each side. You could add whatever you have lying around that is good in a sandwich. So if you like have some beautiful heirloom tomatoes in your garden, you might want to throw those in. You know, you can be creative. Sometimes I add scallions, like thinly sliced ones, because I like that flavor, but some people don't like that oniony taste. So it really just depends on how you feel. Then always with cucumber, you want to salt.
Oh yeah.
Very important. If you forget that, and then you want to add some pepper. Probably the most important part is the salt and pepper. Otherwise, it's just not going to be yummy and delicious. I like to think of cucumber and tomato as like a vessel for the salt. That's like, I'm eating this, but really I want the salt. So, and then you can just add your sprouts on top of that. You know, spread them out, and then go ahead and make your sandwich. So you'll take, it's important to have like a really sharp knife, because you're going to cut the crust off, and you're going to press your sandwich down so that it's really, you know, so that it's really neat and tidy. Because this is about being like, you know, making a pretty sandwich for like a fancy quarantine party. So now I have like a perfect square, and then you can go ahead and cut that into triangles, squares. If you have a cookie cutter, you could make like fancy, you know, shapes, planets, whatever, you know, you could go wild with it. So, you know, this is a fun one that's really easy. I mean, that's it.
Clovers.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
there's your
And so, you know, it maybe takes 2 minutes to make this, but it's like, it's really fun. And it's a great way to, if you're growing your sprouts at home, you can enjoy them this way without, you know, having to wait until you have something a bit more substantial. I think that I hadn't really considered clover and alfalfa because they're not something that are really, really common for culinary use other than sprouts. But doing my research, I realized that both of them are really high in protein. They're 70% protein. And so just like all of the legumes in our challenge, we would be able to isolate those proteins and use the protein isolate for other uses in the kitchen. So like I was mentioning with soybeans, we use soy protein isolate to make mock meats, mock cheeses. We use the fat from the soybean to make butter. So that can be done with other legumes, not just soybeans. So it would be really fascinating. I don't know if it's ever been done, but it would be really fascinating to see if we could isolate those proteins in alfalfa and clover as well. I know that peas are a really common one now, especially as people are moving away from soy, which is not evidence-based at all. But the general consumers are moving away from soy. Pea protein has become really popular. And so that pea protein isolate is something that is really easy to find. And so it'd be interesting to see more protein isolates used. And then a protein isolate is going to look like flour, like white, you know, it's going to be a powder. So you could add that to other foods to make the nutrition content. You know, if you're eating something like a cereal or a bread or a cookie, you could make it so that it's high in protein and so that it's a complete meal, like a nutrition bar, something like that. So that would be a really cool thing to see, maybe like an alfalfa protein cookie, you know? So that'd be a really fascinating thing to see. And through my research, I couldn't find anyone ever having done anything like that. So I'm fascinated to see if.
Wow, food science, right?
Yeah.
We need to get Houston involved in that and get to the science lab, the food lab, to see if they thought about those things. So
I was just
isolate.
thinking that, Beth, you should get in touch with Questlove, and you got your quarantine tea party there. He's been doing his virtual potlucks. You should connect with him on that.
I would love that. That would be awesome. Yeah, I really miss one of the hardest parts about owning a restaurant during quarantine, and we do takeout right now, but we don't have anyone in our dining room, and I really miss watching people eat and enjoy their food. That's like one of the best parts. Sometimes people sit in the parking lot and we creepily watch them. Ooh,
they're going for the cucumber. Look.
Live stream it. It could be a whole new thing.
I know, right? I just and people will. So if you want to follow us on social media, on Instagram, we're just at Leguminaut, and we love when our customers come and get our food and post pictures of it, because at least we're knowing that people are still enjoying our food. So you know, because there's this communal aspect to food, and it's interesting how during the pandemic we are still having that. It's just in an alternate way. I'm sharing recipes with people. We're going on Zoom and sharing food, and we're talking to our families on FaceTime and maybe having meals with them. And so it's just, we don't let it stop us that food is a core part of our society just because we can't be together. And I think that that's a really fascinating thing. Exactly. And it's interesting to think about how in space that food is still the heart and such an important part of our existence. So
and it's sometimes the one time that all the astronauts actually see each other, because they're off in different nodes doing different experiments and work, but they do come together in the galley to share a meal together.
Right. And sometimes that's when creativity and collaboration happen. So I mean, if you just think about history and how many amazing, incredible ideas have happened because people were sitting around a table, that's really fascinating. So it's necessary that we have that time so that we can continue to get together and collaborate and come up with new ideas.
Right, the back of the napkin, right?
Yeah,
right.
Breaking bread with people that are from different cultures, different beliefs. It's thing that brings peace to the world. So
I love it. I love it. Kind of evolved around the campfire. So
yeah,
I
really love it.
Part of us.
I've literally experienced that in different countries where someone has offered bread to me who was ostensibly on the other side of an issue. And it is the most heart-rending thing and thing that brings you together. So what a great you just got me present to that by sharing that.
Awesome.
That's beautiful.
Ted, this segment has been really, really, really awesome. Thank you so much for this part, because it's really stretching the food imagination now. And unbeknownst to all of you, or maybe some of you, I've been on this incredible nutrition plan, and sometimes it's a real battle, but when you talk about food, you make me make sense out of it. Those sandwiches today are a brilliant idea for me. You had told us, think about wearing hats, and I did. I've got like a bunch sitting on the table, and I said, which one's the best hat? So the hat that I chose, I want to show that to you because you've done such a wonderful job of providing us food and everything. Is this one?
That's my home. Yeah.
Okay. But I want to change the motto.
Diana, I'm missing Disney World so much that you're making me tear up a little.
There you go. And
that's I mean, I live at Disney World. When people
there
ask,
you go.
where are you from? I'm like, I'm from Disney World. I grew up there and I go there all the time. It's a great place to learn about science. During the summer, when my kid is off school, we are learning about physics on a roller coaster. So, you know.
And
So I
Walt
forgot
Disney
that
said, if you dream it, you can do it. So for Magnitude, if you can bean it, you can do it.
Yes.
I have my Canadian toque that
you go, Mike.
from Diana. So
and I forgot that we were doing this, so I've got an HDMI hat.
There you go.
That's the best I can do. Sorry.
Appropriate. Very high
fascinator.
All right. Hey, so I'm going to reel it back to science just a bit. You had mentioned isolates before.
Yes.
And as I understand it, it's literally you're isolating just the protein.
Correct.
So
yes.
I don't understand. I guess I have to do a little research, but I'd like to understand, maybe not in this session here, what the process is. Do we just boil off the fats, the carbohydrates, and you end up just with
in some cases, yes. That's a lot of times how soy is done because it's such an old technique for soy. My beanie is just wanting to escape. That's how it's done. An interesting one that's not a legume that I have done personally is with wheat, where I have and what you do is you rinse the starches away until you just have the gluten, which is the protein in wheat. So I've done that at home, and it's actually a really fun project to do. It's a food called seitan. And you can make it at home. So if you want to Google how to make seitan, you just take wheat flour, whole wheat flour. You have to have the whole wheat, and you add water and you make a dough, and then you just keep rinsing all the starch away, and you're left with just that protein, that gluten. So, you know, that's the thing that when people are avoiding gluten, that's it. But if you don't have a gluten allergy, that gluten is delicious. It's so good. I use it a lot. It's a common ingredient in making vegan meats, like sausages and things, because that chewy texture is what mimics meat. So sometimes I will use like a legume protein isolate and then the wheat protein isolate. So you'll see a lot of vegan cooking. You're gonna get a grain and a legume, and you're gonna pair them together. A lot of that also makes a complete protein in a lot of instances, because like alfalfa and clover, they're not complete proteins. So you're gonna need protein from an additional source to get all of your amino acids to continue to be alive. And that's why when people talk about going vegan, they're like, oh, where are you gonna get your protein? You know, like, how are you gonna live? And it's actually pretty easy as long as you're eating your legumes and your grains. But if you're eating soy, you don't have to worry about that. Soy, you could just eat soy and it's a complete protein, just like animal products are. So you don't have to worry about pairing soy with a grain. And you don't have to pair your legume and your grain in the same meal. So you don't have to eat your alfalfa with your bread, although it's delicious, so you should. But you don't have to, as long as you're continuing to eat those foods in your diet. You're gonna get your nutritional balance. So that's something that a lot of people don't realize when they're cutting meat out of their diet. But it's actually pretty easy. So and a lot of our culinary foods from throughout history and from other cultures already include nutritionally complete proteins like beans and rice. That's the one that I tell everyone, like, beans and rice is a complete meal. You could live off of it. And it's something that we've been eating for, you know, many generations. So you know, but I would love to see more combinations and new ones come out. Like, we don't have alfalfa and corn, you know, so let's see what that does and experiment with it. So, you know, taking the concepts from foods that we already do and making new ones would be a really fascinating thing, and come up with completely new foods. So maybe like an alfalfa and corn cookie that, you know, like, we could just, it may sound bizarre, but I bet that we could come up with a way to make it taste really good. So
I bet you could. Some food science there, Beth. Well, we've really enjoyed you joining us in our kind of ad hoc pandemic Magnitude Live, but we've had so much fun figuring out all these and investigating all these different ideas that it looks like we're probably going to have a second season come fall.
Awesome.
I'd like to welcome you back.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We'll have a legume candidate, so we're going to really be thinking about getting creative with one legume.
Yeah,
So
I
that's a
love
big challenge, and if we can figure that out, that will be really fun to have you come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're at the top of the hour here, so wow, you make me hungry whenever we do this. I have to remember to
I know, me too.
On the side.
Yeah, I know. I just want to pass these out. They're so cute, and they're really like refreshing. So you know.
Wonderful. So thanks again, Beth.
Thank you so much.
All right, and so I've got Kim on, I think, right, from Virtual High School.
That's right.
Oh, awesome. And so here's the thing that I think strikes us as a necessity. We're going to go back to a school format in some way, shape, or form. I was in a virtual board meeting last night with one of the school districts we work with and just listening to the challenges. They're estimating, and this is just a medium-sized school district, literally millions of dollars just for the next school year for PPE, right? Not including the cleaning products are going to be required to maintain that. The busing, 4 times the volume of busing is going to be required. They don't have the staff, they don't have the buses. And of course, the cost. You've got now restricted budgets and things like that. How do you solve this? You know, the teachers want to be engaged with their students firsthand. It's a very critical part of the learning, the mentorship, just that personal care. You can't replace the human connection. Like having a virtual tea party is great because we can't get together, but you really do want to get together and break bread, right? Just like you want to get together and teach. Virtual high school is something, is an organization Kim's been working with, and it is connecting schools literally around the world that don't have all of the credentialed teachers for like an AP course, for an honors course. And it enables these students to pursue their desires and interests, even though you might be in a rural community that doesn't have that physics teacher or that chemistry teacher that you need. And they've filled that gap, and they have the experience that was here far before a pandemic shut us down. So I thought, let's bring in an expert. Bring in Virtual High School, another partner from the Space Station Explorers and the U.S. National Laboratory. Again, none of this could happen without the U.S. National Laboratory as far as the ExoLab and running projects in space. So we're really grateful, and we love networking all of our partners. Liam there at ISS Above is one of our partners, is graciously joining us every week that we do this, bringing in his commentary and insight. And so, Kim, I want to turn it over to you. I think you have a presentation for us. Let's learn a little bit more about Virtual High School and put our mind in that place of fall, or I guess spring is the case, maybe depending on where you are in the world. And what will it look like, and what kind of tools are available to us? So Kim, it's all yours.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share this. Ted, can you hear me okay?
Fantastic,
Yep.
And we can see your screen too.
So thank you for having me today. And you're right, Ted, when you talk about the challenges that I think are being discussed among all of the districts around the country currently. The social distancing and all of the PPE, as well as the scattered start times and safety and well-being of faculty and staff who are at high risk, as well as students. So we're hearing that from our schools and districts across the country as well, and around the world. So I just met with one of our students this morning in Turkey, actually, and she and I meet regularly to talk about her progress, and we've been sharing our experiences. And she's still at a quarantine state in her house, where she can only leave now up to twice a week for just a couple of hours each day. So, it's a challenge for educators and, educational leaders and students, certainly all across the board. So I'll just give you a little background on VHS Learning. We just recently rebranded. We were initially the Virtual High School, and we were established under a Federal Department of Education Technology Innovation Grant in 1996. And once that grant period ended, we pushed forward as a nonprofit, and we've been that way ever since. So we were the first national virtual high school course provider in the US. We were established to collaborate with schools and districts in order to provide new and high quality educational opportunities to students outside of what their local schools and districts could offer. So it really was meant to be a collaborative. And our model still, although we have certainly other ways that we work with schools and districts that I'll talk a bit more about, but still is very much centered on how we can partner with schools and districts. So, you know, they have, one school has a teacher who might want to teach pre-veterinary medicine, and in exchange, they get a reduced seat rate to enroll students from their district into courses of their choice. And oftentimes these are courses that aren't otherwise offered in their school or district. So it really is about expanding those educational opportunities. We did co-author the first standards of online learning back in 1996 when we started that grant work. And just recently, we have been working to develop the latest revised standards, national standards for quality online learning. This is in partnership with Quality Matters and VLLA, which is the Virtual Learning Leadership Alliance. We are accredited by a number of organizations as well. So just a little bit about the types of courses that we offer, and Ted, you mentioned this a little bit. We do have a really robust AP program at VHS Learning, a very wide variety of AP courses that allow kids to earn college credit before they graduate from high school through the AP exams. We have a strong focus on college and career readiness. Very focused on some innovative STEM programs. So we've done some grant work in a number of different ways, been partners on an iTest grant, looking to get some additional funding through AZEL and some new iTest grant opportunities and that type of thing. And we offer a lot of unique courses and electives, and then again speaks to the grant and how we were, you know, started. And we've also developed a set of core courses over the last several years. We have some flexible credit recovery courses and a summer school program as well. And I'll talk a little bit about that. The majority of the courses that we currently offer are focused at high school level, but we do have a set of courses that are focused for middle school students. And the work that we've done through the Space Station Explorers and our partnership with the ISS National Lab has focused on development of two programs. We pull them all together, both of them together under a program that we call Space Station Academy. And so that has in it two options. One is called Mission to the International Space Station. It's an informal learning opportunity. We offer it during the summer sessions, but we also work with different schools and districts and organizations throughout the school year to offer it in different ways. And I'll show you a little bit about that, or to speak a little bit more about that program in just a bit. And then we have a formal middle school science course called Science from Space. And both of these programs are focused on sending students to a virtual mission to the International Space Station. And our Science from Space semester course, middle school course, is really focused on having students take that virtual trip up to the International Space Station to study different aspects of science, physical science, life science, engineering, et cetera, from the perspective of the International Space Station. As we all know, it's a pretty powerful perspective. So that course is open to grades 7 through 9. Oftentimes 9th graders would opt to take that course as perhaps an elective. but it does have a robust lab program in it. So it does, for many schools and districts, offer the opportunity for a middle school lab science course. Just talking a little bit about, the landscape of online learning and has really obviously exploded over the last 20 years or so. And so differentiators that we really focus on, that we feel our program is strong in. So we have highly qualified teachers. Our typical class sizes are a cohort of about 25 students. We really are looking at what works most effectively in the face-to-face classroom, and over our 23 plus years, currently we really have embodied that and embraced that in a virtual sense as well. We certainly offer a lot of support, so we work really closely. Our curriculum department is continuously working with teachers on making course improvements, but also supporting students and looking at accommodations and providing, extra plans and supports to get students back on track if necessary. Our curriculum, we really pride ourselves on the fact that it's an engaging curriculum. So and I'll speak more about this in just a minute, but we really looked for various ways to engage students in their learning. Of course, we're a nonprofit, which makes us a valuable partner for lots of folks. And currently we work with about 45 different states in the US and about 44 different countries. So we certainly have established that global community. It's really powerful when you take a look at a course like, for example, AP Environmental Science, and the students in that course may be from all over the world, and they're collecting data in their backyards and sharing their data and their observations. And, somewhat similar to that perspective that you can get when you view Earth from above in the International Space Station, and you start to realize that, it's bigger than what you see around you, right?
I love that.
So supporting schools and families, we do have individual enrollments, of course. And so, any family that might be homeschooling or just want additional educational opportunities for their students certainly might enroll directly with our program. But we do have this really strong partnership program that I mentioned, and that teaching partnership where you can really take advantage of expertise that teachers have and share that expertise with students across states and countries who otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to take a course or take advantage of that expertise. So it's a really strong model, and we certainly do value it. And then we work in many different custom ways with schools and districts. In some cases, they want to use our curriculum for their teachers, and in other cases, they don't have access to a teacher, so they need to use our teacher, or something has happened during the school year where they have lost their teacher. Certainly many different events can lead to the way that we customize our relationships with schools and districts. In terms of professional development, so since we have been since we were under the grant period, one of the, of course, goals was to establish a professional development model that could really support this quality online educational model. And so we have a course, online teaching methodologies, that has really evolved, over our existence. And the idea is that it models the model for teachers. So they come into the course as a student, they experience this idea of a VHS course as a student would, which of course allows them to empathize and connect a little bit better with their students. And, we focus on really 4 main areas. Why online learning, and what is what we believe to be, the most effective pedagogical model online. How do you engage students in your online course and facilitate communication and encourage in communication? providing student feedback. Of course, you know, when you bring the model online, it can be certainly different than what teachers may do in their face-to-face classrooms. And then that last piece around accommodations. So meeting the needs of all learners and really taking a look at what accommodations are really good for all students in this type of a model, and then what other accommodations may need to be made in certain circumstances, you know, based on the student. Along with that, of course, we have a robust training module that introduces teachers to our platform, which is Brightspace by Desire to Learn, and also to the course that they are going to be teaching with VHS Learning. So we design and develop all of the courses. Oftentimes we're working with teachers in order to do that. And then when we bring new teachers on board, we evaluate you know, their teaching experience and their strengths, and then look at what courses we have and what courses they might want to teach for a best fit in that way. We've also just recently established a couple of additional professional learning opportunities, and that of course is in response to this pandemic situation. So while OTM is focused really on bringing teachers in and training them on our courses, these two additional opportunities are focused on, you know, providing professional development around critical skills for online teaching that we think are really essential for a distance learning model, but with your own curriculum, as well as the effective instructional strategies for online classrooms. And the first is modular based, and the second is webinar based, and there's a lot of flexibility in these. And I'll certainly show you where we have more information on those in a bit. So Ted, you had asked me to maybe highlight 5 key strategies, you know, for successful distance learning that we could share with teachers right off the bat. And so what I'd like to highlight are strategies that I think teachers are aware of from you know, really effective, high quality education in a face-to-face classroom, but oftentimes might not think of first thing as they're forced to quickly transition their model to a distance learning model. And, you know, at this point, everybody is really just working quickly to do the best they can to serve these students, right, with very little training or time to prepare. So I'd say, you know, provide ample support, create sound structure, maintain a sense of community. We'll talk a little bit about that, but, you know, it's interesting to hear about the conversation around food that we just had, and, you know, even the meals up on the International Space Station. That community is really important in this as well. And then providing engaging work and using technology wisely certainly are important as well. So when we talk about support, it really is about stepping back and thinking about how a teacher can structure their approach to serving students in a distance learning model, where they can have some clear guidelines in place for how students can get help, for how they can check in with their students on a fairly regular basis, instead of just waiting to see the work come in, maybe building some opportunities to meet with students, to check in, or building additional opportunities for students to submit reflections and do a check-in that way. I think it's really important for teachers to remember that the distance learning model, and I see this with my own kids, I've known this for, you know, with working for VHS Learning for over 10 years and having been a former face-to-face teacher myself, but it's really important to remember that the types of skills and the exact skills that students need to be successful in their face-to-face classroom are not necessarily the same as those skills that are necessary in a distance learning model. So when a student goes to school and goes throughout their school day, they have, you know, the schedule that they follow. They have the bells that ring, that change them from course to course. They have the teacher in front of them, helping them manage their time. And what students don't have when we transition to this distance learning model, and quite suddenly, is they don't necessarily have all of that structure within their school day. And certainly, you know, many parents, including myself, have seen this, but teachers need to be aware of this as well. So anything that they can do to help with the time management piece, for students to structure their day a little bit more carefully, to take work that might be due at the end of the week and break it down into goals that could be worked on throughout the week, so that they have a feeling, students have a feeling of continuously making progress throughout the week. And it's not just about, what do I have to accomplish at the end of the week to check the box off? The next thing is really focused on lesson design and the structure of lesson design. And so, you know, a lot of times teachers informally will support students with framing the lesson when they first introduce it, right at the beginning of a face-to-face class, with making connections, starting to talk about the last lesson that they learned or the last activity that they completed and how this connects to the next step in the learning along the way in that particular unit. And this can really be lost in the distance learning model. So simply just labeling assignments, you know, week 7, assignment 1, versus giving a clear title of an assignment, helping students really understand the progress of their learning from all of these weeks that they've been outside the face-to-face classroom, and making those connections is really, really important. That can be done with a little extra framing text in each of the assignments. You know, 2 or 3 sentences can go a long way. It's really important to be done in those synchronous sessions that teachers have the opportunity to do with their students, in many cases through something like we're doing through Zoom. And in terms of the components of the lessons, the instructions, oftentimes a lesson that works really well face-to-face really needs to be looked at a little bit more carefully for how effective it can be done in a distance learning model. So again, it is not uncommon to wander through the hallways and poke your head through the door and see teachers, you know, helping students along the way to complete an activity or a lab, for example, providing additional instructions or, you know, help when students get a little bit stuck. So I think, you know, that needs to be really, really focused on in terms of the instructions. And that's something that at VHS Learning, we really focus on with our lessons, knowing that students are going through these a little bit more independently, and what more structure and support, what additional steps or guidance can we put in there so that students feel supported as they're trying to complete these activities. Resources is an interesting one, because the good news is that there are just a plethora of really great resources out there, right? In many different ways. And so I think the one of the biggest challenges for resources nowadays is not to overwhelm students, and to really think about the resources that teachers provide and to try to vary them a bit. So, you know, the student who might sit through a 20-minute lecture and learn really well from that lecture is not necessarily the next student who learns better in a visual way, or you know, through separate chunks of working through a guided lesson or an animation. So I think making sure that there's a variety of resources, but also that they're not too overwhelming. You know, throwing 10 resources at students is initially going to be really overwhelming for them. And then, you know, finally, conveying clear expectations for what teachers are expecting. What should students be able to do and produce out of each of these lessons or activities, and how they're going to be evaluated. And as well as, where's the opportunity for feedback is really important in this particular model. Students continuously improve through feedback, and we know that obviously in the face-to-face classrooms, so we have to build those opportunities in the distance learning model. That community, and I think this group has already recognized how important that sense of community is. And, we're all probably have read recently about the impacts of this pandemic and social isolation. And we're lucky enough to be able to be communicating like this. But, there are some pretty serious emotional and impacts, of not being able to be together physically. And so finding multiple ways to continue connecting students with one another in that distance learning model is really, really essential. Whether it's facilitating discussions that are synchronous in a Zoom session like this, or considering, using an online discussion board where you can have an ongoing discussion that can go over multiple days. We find at VHS Learning that it is not unusual for the students who are a little bit more reserved in the classroom and less likely to contribute in a face-to-face environment are much more comfortable sharing in something like an online discussion forum. So it's interesting to see the different patterns. It's interesting to see how students may flourish in different ways in different settings like that. And just finding opportunities for students to share their work, to get feedback from each other, and also to collaborate. So, going back to that sort of focus on career readiness, we know that, in this day and age, you really have to be able to collaborate with colleagues all around the world. And so I think embracing this distance learning model and thinking more about how it is, and teachers are already doing this to some extent in face-to-face classrooms, continuing to build those opportunities for students to be able to collaborate and work together to generate a product that they're proud of is really, really important. So the engaging work piece, I think that it's important to just take a minute and think about the type of work that can be done in a distance learning model. So, a robust lab program. We have robust lab programs for our science courses that we have really carefully developed. We know obviously that there are also, there's important access to online data sets as well for different things, but that hands-on approach is really important. And of course, as you consider that, you need to consider resources and what's available to students and what can be done. But I think a lot of times using some very simple materials, students can do some really meaningful, engaging hands-on science work in other areas as well. But thinking about varying the types of assignments that teachers assign, trying to step away from the worksheets or the same type of lesson week after week, choosing different resources, allowing kids to really actively engage in their learning, finding simulations and animations and allowing them to collect data and share data in those types of ways, all from a STEM perspective. And then as always, and this is, sort of an important goal for us and for many face-to-face teachers as well, is providing different types of opportunities for students to demonstrate their work and what they've learned. So the last piece is around technology. And I think that, the great thing is that there's endless technology opportunities out there in terms of what teachers could use to have effective distance learning models. Some schools and districts may use, Google Apps for Ed, or a platform like Moodle, or they may have an LMS, a learning management system like Blackboard, Collaborate. So teachers in those cases have been told by their districts what they're going to use. And I think many districts at this point have really tried to decide what the platform is. And you know, the big thing is nothing is perfect. So technology is really a means to do what you need to do to connect your students to allow them to communicate the assignments, but also allow them to collaborate, allow you to give feedback. And so, you know, just knowing that it's a process, it's an ongoing process. It's really important to know the platform that you're using as best as you can. But certainly teachers, you know, gain experience as they go. The couple of things I would caution about is just local policies around student privacy and online access. So there are states that have different state policies, but certain districts may have their own policies. And then of course, if you're looking for resources and opportunities for students to use different resources, you have to look at those websites for the COPA policies. And oftentimes that Child Online Privacy Protection Act, those websites that are oftentimes collecting information are restricted to 13 and over. So it's important to keep that in mind as well. So Ted, at this point, I can pause for a minute if you want to have any questions, or I can share a little bit more about our mission program that we just pulled.
Well, yeah, let's just check in. So we'll check you too, but also anyone here that has questions about distance learning. What I'm looking at this as I'm calling it distributed learning. I think distance learning is already kind of connotated frustrations and this a new thing that's confusing. And so I wanted to kind of take ownership of that and really look at empowering people. And we really are now trying to take a classroom where everyone's connected and connect them, even though they might be at the kitchen table or in their living room. And so it's more like computing, and you think about distributed computing. So think about it like distributed learning, right? And what tools can we use and how can we think about it differently? I'm so excited that you're here sharing the decades of experience and knowledge that you guys have at VHS Learning. My apologies for calling it virtual high school. It's still stuck in my head.
No worries.
That's the school I would have gone to, because I was one of those students that wasn't the best sitting in class, really antsy to go out and do something. So having a virtual high school would have been kind of perfect for me back in the 80s, very early. Yeah. But this is wonderful. So questions for anyone here, or some thoughts or ideas as we think about distance learning? I know you guys got some commentary here for us.
Okay, do you have experience with younger grades, like kindergarten and anything sort of? Because, you know, with the pandemic, I don't know if a lot of schools are going to be open. And through research, kindergarten has been one of the key important elements in education. And if we lose some time with these students, you're going to have a long range impact. Do you have any recommendation for this age?
So our focus has been, like I mentioned, mostly at the middle school and then high school level. And certainly, you know, as you go to the younger and younger students, the challenges change slightly. But I think the general, you know, like really key tenets of trying to make a program work in this type of, in a pandemic situation where you are, you know, trying to teach from a distance, if you will, holds true at those younger levels as well. Certainly, you know, and you're talking about kindergarten, I think we talked about time management skills and really what are sort of the expectations of students being able to stay focused and time on learning, right? And when you get to that kindergarten level, you're talking about, you know, really having to make shifts quite often in what students are doing, right? And giving them breaks and building that in. I think, you know, from my perspective, and I am not certainly an expert at the kindergarten level, but I think that it really does take a lot more from the parents as well, right? And, you know, the question is whether the parents have the ability to contribute in that way or not, you know, as they're juggling jobs and things. I think it's a struggle, and I definitely hear your concern about, and I think this is true actually for K through 12, about what does this mean for student learning and where we expect students to be at. And if this is going to continue through next year, you know, will our students be behind? And, you know, at the kindergarten level, those are really key critical skills that they are gaining, right? Just like certainly at the high school level. But I hear the challenge, and I think it's very much got to be a collaboration between teachers and parents in a lot of ways.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments with respect to VHS learning and maybe some challenges you might be thinking about facing here in the coming months?
Yeah, Ted, it's Mike Lepresti. Kim, sounds like a great idea here and great program. Do you do, one of the programs I'm working with now is creating career pathways for kids going into STEM-related careers at the high school level. Do you do any sort of programming for that currently?
So we have we currently have, and through our work with CS for All, we created a computer science certificate program. And we definitely have looked at different pathways. You know, we have a lot of electives that lend themselves, you know, if you were to over time take a series of electives that would lend themselves to a nice pathway of learning in one particular area of STEM, you know, whether it was advanced electives in life science. So it is something on our radar, and we do have, like I said, that computer science certificate program through our CS for All work right now.
Okay. Would you be open to discussing developing other programming?
Absolutely.
At that same level?
Yeah, we should connect. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. We'll make sure you guys connect. I'll make
Yeah.
the introduction. I love when that happens.
Great.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you, Kim. I'll be in touch.
Okay, excellent.
Make this world smaller. So and we're a little over schedule, but I really want you to share with us your summer registration program, Kim. So why don't you run through what you've got going there?
You know what? I was, you know what, Ted, I was just going to show you the page that we have on our, you know, the pandemic page and the different resources that we have to help this page. And included on this page is our mission to International Space Station. So we pulled this down from our LMS and put it in a PDF form and shared it out for, you know, anyone who might want to use it, whether it's out of school organizations or you know, teachers in science classrooms or others, parents, etc. And so this is that more informal. It's about 10 to 20 hours, depending on how much students, you know, spend on each module. In this case, we pulled it down, and there's 10 activities, and you can see them outlined here. And they focus on that virtual mission up to the International Space Station and on viewing Earth from space. So that transitions us into Windows on Earth and the work that Irene Poro's been doing at the Krista McAuliffe Integrated Science Center with Windows on Earth. So the three of us, Dave Libby at Turk and Irene Poro, and I have been, you know, collaborating quite a bit in the last several months in different ways. And I know that they are going to speak next, I think.
Well, I love the way you've queued that up, Kim. Thank you so much. And you fired off my neurons here. I've got so many questions for you. I'd like to schedule a call in the next week or so and talk about really these plans over the next few months and what we can do to prepare. I do know there are some administrators that would love to hear from you, just the folks that we know. And so let's see what we can't do to make sure that students, not just here domestically in the United States, but around the world, have access to their education.
Excellent.
And do that in the most friction-free way. And it's tough when you've got internet access challenges like we heard about in South Africa, or even here domestically. So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm really grateful that you can bring your decades of knowledge and experience in this critical skill we're all going to need to develop if we haven't started working on it already.
Yeah, thank you, Ted.
Thank you. All right. And so you did mention David Libby from Turk. So David, I'd like to introduce you. You know, here we are flying above the planet at 17,500 miles an hour on the International Space Station. What better thing to look out the cupola and take some pictures? And Turk has got Windows on Earth, which they've cataloged these images taken by astronauts and others of the amazing perspective of Earth. It's really great to see. There are no lines, there's no borders for countries or for states. It's just one planet. And Irina from McCullough Center has taken that and created some curriculum around it as well. So David, why don't I turn it over to you and maybe provide a little background on Turk and on the Windows on Earth program.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Yep. Awesome. So Turk is a not-for-profit that works around K-12 STEM education. We're located in Cambridge, Mass. We're mostly funded by the National Science Foundation, but we've also done projects with NOAA and NASA. So I'm going to stop my video to say bandwidth, and I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully that will work.
All right. It's nighttime now, it looks like. All right, we can see your screen.
Yay.
And
so
I'm going to pop this up at the beginning. I was supposed to do that. So no one has seen this slide yet.
Yep. So one thing we do with Windows on Earth is a mystery image. So this is a photo taken by an astronaut aboard the International Space Station. And here's your clue. It's a lagoon city of 118 islands linked by canals and bridges, ranked as one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and is at risk from climate change, pollution, and over-tourism. Anybody have a guess at what we're looking at?
Costa Rica.
Venice.
So the ISS was over Zagreb, Croatia when this picture was taken.
I think Javier said it. Can you say
Yes.
it again, Javier?
Venice?
Yes, it's Venice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll also highlight one of the challenges when we get the photos from the ISS. So actually, why don't I talk about Windows on Earth first briefly? So Windows on Earth is a project that features photographs taken by astronauts on the International Space Station. So some of the astronauts are real photo takers, and sometimes we will get hundreds or thousands of photos each day. They're taken for research, education, and public outreach. We have a collection of over about 1.5 million images currently. And when we can, we go through and tag those images. We get the images from NASA with no identification whatsoever. We have an algorithm that runs that identifies where the ISS was when the photo was taken. So that photo of Venice, it took me about half an hour to identify one day when I was saying, okay, it's over Zagreb, Croatia. Let me look along the Mediterranean coast and see what I can find. And once I found it, I was like, oh yeah, that's Venice, that's obvious. Anyway, so we house the collection of the astronaut photos on the Windows on Earth website, which is what you're looking at. Right now, during the COVID-19 situation, we're doing a daily mystery image of the day. So here's today's image with the clue, world's most populous capital city at 21 million. It's no longer forbidden to enter the center of this city, and the ISS is over China. So you can probably guess this one too.
Beijing?
It is. It is. And we have built up quite an archive of these now with the answers. One thing I will mention, well, I'll come back to this later, but we do not do so much educational content around the photos ourselves. We rely on partners like Virtual High School and the McCullough Center, who you'll hear from next. But these images are available to you all as a resource. In the bottom right, there's a download button, and the images are free and in the public domain from NASA, and you can download them and print them out and do whatever you want with them as a teacher or educator. NASA does ask that you add credit NASA on the photo. But other than that, you can do with them as you please.
Now, David, that image that was on the front before you got to the mystery image of the day, that was the Mississippi Delta, I think?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is the example that I give when we talk about artificial fertilizers and the runoff and what that cause is. As we look at our legumes and think about natural nitrogen production through the symbiotic relationship between legumes and this bacteria rhizobia, we can start reducing some of these pollutants that we see flooding into the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep, the silt of 31 states here.
And we don't see the algal blooms, but I imagine we can go back through time and have probably a little bit there, but mostly that's silt. But this is just amazing that we can see the living earth frozen just in a snapshot in time.
Yeah, one advantage I'll say about the astronaut taking photos, because NASA has a ton of Earth imagery, is the astronaut photos, a lot of the photos the astronauts take are assigned by NASA, but others are just at the astronaut's discretion. So they see something interesting out the window and they take a shot. On the website, we feature best new images that we try to identify most of. So this is Calgary, Alberta, if it's come up on your screens. We have curated images that a number of the astronauts have taken. So for instance, Reed Wiseman was a prolific photographer. He took a bunch of photos and he tweeted them out. So at one point we had a student intern who went through and matched the photos, the high-res versions that we have on our website with the tweets that Reed did while he was on the ISS. So you can go through and look at the collection from several astronauts. We have some feature pages. For instance, astronauts love to take photos of Italy.
We have a high altitude balloon that just passed by there yesterday.
Yes. Nighttime photos of Italy are particularly beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
We have some collections that are around what I'll call more educational themes. So these are many of the photos that we have identified as being of deltas. So this is SpaceX, but that's the Nile River Delta. Here's the Volga River Delta over the Caspian Sea. So if you're looking at a photo and we haven't tagged it, you can click on the little eye in the bottom right and go to the map.
Oh, I love it. Citizen science action. Brilliant.
And again, you may have to do some detective work because remember the ISS can potentially be a couple hundred miles from the subject of the photo, and the location tag is where the ISS is. We have regions, we have favorites, recents. Besides the mystery image we do we're doing on a daily basis, and they're kind of simpler mystery images for schools to work with. At one point, we got funding to create kind of an interactive session with a limited set of images. So if you would like to have your students or challenge yourself to work through these, that's a resource. We have movies we've posted on YouTube. What we've done with these is the astronauts will put one of the Nikon cameras in the one of the windows. They'll set it to shoot one frame every half second, and you can then string those together to effectively make a movie. We have a cupola simulator. Virtual High School uses this in their course. So you can, now just my luck, it'll be nighttime. Nope, it's not nighttime. So if you were in the main part of the ISS and you were looking out the cupola, this is a virtual recreation of what you'd be seeing.
How cool is that?
And for those of you who are into photography, the little squares you see, so the smaller square is if you were looking through a 400mm lens, that's the size of the image or the area of the image that you'd be able to get. Go back to Windows on Earth. There we are. Mentioning a couple other things, we also do a Twitter feed image every week, which is much harder. This was the one from a few weeks ago, this image. The clue was vast reservoir, one of the largest man-made lakes in the world, used for power irrigation and control flooding. 2 ancient massive rock temples. And we have a regular crew of hardcore geoscience people and others who go back and forth making guesses at what the location is that we've put up a photo of. And we always try to pick these to be educational or informative in one way or another. I want to mention briefly, so that's it for Windows on Earth. If you go to windowsonearth.org, you can browse around the website, look at the images. I wanted to mention a few other sites if you're interested in Earth imagery. The NASA Earth Observation Lab is a great resource. That's earthobservatory.nasa.gov. They do not just have photos from the ISS, they have satellite photos, they have a range of photos and materials around them. You can subscribe to their email list to get new images on a daily or weekly basis. In particular, the daily Natural Hazards newsletter is a good one. And for good or for bad, you can view images of things going on currently in the world. So in this case, they've taken a satellite photo and provided a before and after picture of flooding in Michigan around Midland.
Wow.
So these are kind of target of opportunity educational resources. You obviously never know what you're going to get on a daily basis, but if you have some time and you want to introduce some earth science curriculum or other curriculum kind of on an ad hoc basis into your classroom every day or every week, these resources are great for doing it. There is, of course, the longstanding project Sally Ride EarthCam, which is earthcam.org, where your class can sign up, your students can sign up to request that a photo be taken from an automated camera on the International Space Station. And then it queues up your photo for when the ISS will be over that location and will notify your students of when their photos were taken. I'll just warn you that if you get a cloudy day, then you're stuck with a cloudy photo because that's the way it works. Same thing happens for the astronauts. NASA says, take a photo of this, and the astronauts go, well, there was a cloud over it. The last piece I'll mention, and this is my handoff to Irene, is Irene Porro, who heads up the McAuliffe Center at Framingham State. They regularly grab some of our best images and wrap various types of educational content around them. So I think if we have time, I could take a couple questions, and this is my feed into Irene.
So any questions for David there, Turk? Wonderful. I'm getting in the channel here, just these like incredible and fantastic, and I'm going to use this in my class right away. And we should have brought you guys in earlier, right?
Oh, I have to show you one more thing.
Okay.
This is a secret. If I can find my website again.
Okay.
And if I can type in the right screen.
Your cupola simulation is the best.
Isn't it?
Oh my gosh,
like
especially you could have spent 10 minutes on that because you can scroll around different windows.
Oh wow.
In different directions.
So here's something that's not well documented on the site. So listen, we've only had time to tag probably 1% of the astronaut images, but we tag as many as we can. If you go to the search bar on the site, if you have a particular thing you're looking for, you can type it in. And if we've tagged something with that tag, it'll show all the images with that tag. So I just typed in Tokyo, and here is every image we have that we've tagged that is of Tokyo.
Awesome.
Or you can type in, we've done this already, but for instance, you can type in volcano. Now, in this case, it automatically did the favorites, but here are our best volcano photos. So that's a little hidden feature for listeners to this presentation.
I love it. Great. Thank you so much. And Irene, would love to hear how you've taken the Windows on Earth catalog and applied it there at the McAuliffe Center.
Yes. Well, thank you, David, for really making a nice and smooth introduction. I'm going to do exactly what David did. I'll stop my video and share instead our website. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I think this is working. So for those of you who may be already familiar with the Krista McCullough Center for Integrated Science Learning, as David mentioned, we are based at Framingham State University, Massachusetts. Usually people know us because we host one of the Challenger Learning Centers, right? One of the 44, or how many there are right now in the country. So that's usually what people know us. And as you can imagine, recently, we haven't had many school groups visiting, or for that matter, not even, we also didn't have groups visiting us at the planetarium. We manage the planetarium of Framingham State University. So this has been a great time, though a very difficult one for everyone, but a great time for us to focus much more on our online resources. And one of them was something that we started developing a while ago. I think it's been at least 2 years at this point, based on the wonderful images that Windows on Earth provides to us. So we are very familiar with all those incredible images and how many there are and how interesting they are. So we actually literally came up a couple of years ago with the idea that we could start featuring some of these images, mostly at the time during our in-person programs. So we would have an image of the week that we would propose for a whole week of programming to the kids and the teachers who are coming for our Challenger Learning experiences, but then the same image would be reproposed in the planetarium. We actually, our planetarium instructor has designed a view of the dome that recreates the cupola, and through the main window of the cupola, we project one of the images taken from Windows on Earth. So really trying to recreate that feeling. What started as this kind of once a week image highlight became what we call today, and actually, Kim, you may want to take note of this, is essentially this week we just changed everything on our website because our project is now called Perspectives of Earth. And the idea is really, perspective is really, yes, the idea of photography, but also different perspectives. You know, as we were mentioning before, this is not just a different way to look at the world in a practical sense, but it's also a different way of thinking of the world. So what we have now, we have almost 100 images have been curated and organized in different categories. And for each category, let's figure out, for example, the climate one. For each category, as I said, there are several images. And in case I want to repropose the image that David showed to us earlier, in our case already has a title as a Queen of the Adriatic. In our case, we created this. So these are essentially either electronic or you could print them, handouts with the image and a little bit, this is a blurb, but we write about each image just to create a way for the viewers. And then again, it could be teachers, it could be students, any individual to use the images as an entry point to a world of learning, a world of exploration. So when people find an image that they are excited about, again, they can read a little bit more about the image itself, but the idea is to take people into these topics, in this case is climate. So we provide for each category a series of resources that in this case, to be honest, I picked climate in particular because it's a very rich in terms of learning resources that we collected. And so, and again, we spent quite a bit of time reviewing and curating these resources so to provide learners at different levels, from the one that are really just at the beginner level to the one that want something more advanced, for each learner to find something to launch them in a further exploration. So we have several websites that in this case, sometimes is only 1 or 2, depending on the theme. But in this case, that are just portals. And in fact, these are the NASA one in clean. I think the Earth observation is also one of these resources. So, but we have from portals to regular, if you want, articles that people can access, again, introducing them at different levels of difficulty, if you want. We provide connection to other topics that we explore on Perspective on Earth. So again, really to make sure that people don't lose the connections that you can see. You can have access to digital interactives, hands-on activity. I'm not going to go through. And you see, we always make also kind of obvious connection is to the weather page. And then, because it's climate, you go to the weather, see what else is going to be offered there. In some cases, and I wanted to highlight this because maybe relevant for some people on the call, is that as you see, we list partner projects. I mean, in this case, of course, Windows on Earth, for example, would be an obvious partner, but we recognize that's in a different place. In this case, we call out the Earthrise project out of a Global Oneness project that, again, was this documentary that was produced, now it's a little bit more than a year ago, on Earthrise, but all of the other resources. So again, when we see that there are interesting partnerships or projects already existing, we would feature them here as well. So the idea here, really, of Perspective on Earth at this level is really to support what we know is called, free choice learning. Is really to provide enough resources, but for someone to come in and just be fascinated by the image to be the entry point, and then to offer enough resources for the learners to take it to whatever level he or she wants. To be very honest with you, in particular this COVID time, we've been reflecting on the need of providing some kind of scaffolding, because of course some people are going to be able to build their own learning on their own, but their own only on their own makes sense, of course. but we also are we are working right now in providing enough guidelines for two or three different pathways, if you want. So where there is some guidelines, well, you can start here and move there and then move there. But again, the original idea here was really like to use the images to take people in a different environment and encourage them to follow their own interests to keep exploring. So this has been a fantastic collaboration that we had with Windows on Earth, which is very simple because we go on their website and just download the images. But this is more than that. David communicates often with Bruce, who is the person who curates the images and so on, and to say, well, did you see this? You really need to post it. You see also here in the banner, I think that was, I forgot, which hurricane was this? I lost track, but of course, when we had all the strong hurricanes, we did it all, the advantage of having images that are taken almost in real time is that allows us to be able to feature images that are relevant to people right now in this moment because of what's happening. I think I may have a couple of more minutes, right, Ted, to talk about also a couple of the other resources we have.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because as we mentioned, so again, the McCullough Center is traditionally an environment for face-to-face learning, right? Whatever way we do it, will be face-to-face. So, I mean, honestly, in March, we completely pivot. That's a word that everybody's been using. It's been good for us because we had the desire to develop much more our online offerings, and we really didn't have the opportunity. We were so busy, we couldn't really focus on our online work. And the COVID, for better or worse, provided us that opportunity. So in fact, if you looked at our website, the landing page of our website 3 months ago would have looked very different. But now everything that you find there, including the donate button, that's new from yesterday, but they are all, everything that is on our main page, can be done online, are all resources we offer online. And apart the obvious, STEM at home, everybody now has that. I would like to actually show to you a couple. One is this DIY universe. This is a project that we were already working on, and it was always intended to be an online resource for out-of-school time programs. This is done as part of a major NASA grant. And at least, and essentially, well, the goal is again for youth to create their own exhibits, focus on astrophysics. And this is for an example of a life cycle of stars. But what I like to highlight about this, the way we conceive this website is we have, again, kind of roadmaps for educators or caregivers and youth. The roadmaps, I'll give you an example right here. This literally, we have roadmaps. And in this case, is a roadmap to introduce, again, individuals to do their own exploration of a life cycle of stars. They can start from the beginning, quote unquote, or click on any topic, but if you go start formation, so this is actually the view that you would see for an educator or a parent, where again, in this case, we provided the scaffolding. We realized free choice up to a point, you still need to provide the scaffolding. So very simply, the educator would know to read this and watch this before you share other activities with the youth. The activities marked in blue are the same for the youth and the educators. If you saw the same version for the youth, you wouldn't see the first two lines. But so the idea is to give the facilitators, honestly, just the confidence, enough knowledge to give them the confidence to be co-learners with the youth. Not to feel that they have to be experts. We are talking about the life cycle of stars. How many people are going to be experts there? That's not the point. We can learn together. We can discover together. So, this is how the whole website, if you want, is built. You got actually, sorry, jumping a little bit. You go here, you say, okay, instead I want to learn more about supernova, remnants, and the death of stars. Same thing here, the facilitator will have some resources to become more familiar with the topic before they engage in activities with the youth. We incorporate this resource that probably many of you are familiar. It's called Micro Observatory. It's also out of the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. It's funded both by NSF and NASA. But these are robotic telescopes that anyone can use to take actual images of astronomical objects, and then it comes with free software that youth can use to process the images. So essentially, awesome. Yeah, a combination of their own images or NASA images, their own learning, they put together this, at the minimum, we ask that people put together a poster, as a presentation, but we are actually doing now a summer program with Girls Inc. based on this program. And the fact that we are online, completely virtual is really cool, because we are going to encourage the girls to come up with different ways to tell the story of the life cycle. You can imagine, videos that they can connect, or different way of being creative with again, digital resources to again, tell the story of the life cycle. So we are also working on using an online platform for developing PD to have a separate training program that includes social emotional learning, positive youth development, project-based learning, for again, educators. When we work in out of school time, we don't expect educators to have all the background that typically you would expect from a science teacher. So the online training will provide that. And the very last thing I like to share, sorry. I think this is my 4th Zoom meeting today, so I can tell my voice is. But the other thing I would like to share with everyone, so for us, it was really sad that we have this beautiful, well, sorry, I'm a little partisan here, but it's beautiful planetarium that we really love, and that we're not able to do our shows anymore. So our planetarium instructor downloaded on her computer the same software she uses in a planetarium, and she is doing it's going to be probably at least every other Friday. We are trying to figure out if we're going to do it every Friday. These Astro-Nights are live events where she, again, in this case tonight, as a matter of fact, she is going to talk about the moon. And these are events for families, you know, and as you can imagine, early on at the beginning of a stay-at-home period, we were pretty much inundated by parents that probably were desperate to get something to do with their kids. But now we're getting, you know, a more stable audience that comes. It usually is just half an hour, but we share it both via Zoom and YouTube, and so people can watch again the presentation on YouTube. And you know, this is something that started more like something to respond to a need that everybody had to be able to keep doing something that looked normal but at home. And now honestly it's becoming something that we are developing to turn into a regular feature that our center will offer. Even when we are going to be able to go back to the planetarium, we realize that, of course, going online allows us to reach people that before we were never able to reach, not just because of distance, but also of cost. If you've ever been in our area to get to Framingham, it may be a short distance, but always it takes time because the traffic is terrible. Many schools or after school program wouldn't be able to get there for just the cost of transportation. This allows us to reach much, much larger number of people. So to connect, as my last thought, to what Kim was presenting earlier, and I've been learning a lot from Kim. For the past couple of years, we've been working together on various projects, because online learning, in my opinion, it's something really important that we have to learn how to develop to bring it to the next level. And what I mean is this: the connectivity issue. Connectivity isn't a very important issue, but let's be honest, it's a political issue. And I'm not saying a party issue, it's political, because it requires funding, and you can provide connectivity anywhere and to everyone. We as educators can really focus on producing the best online learning opportunities. I think it's extremely democratic. The fact that Kim is working with people in Turkey, in how many countries in the world, I can just picture our middle and high school kids working virtually with kids all over the world, and all attending programs of very high quality as a VHS learning. So I think there is really something important here that COVID, as awful and horrible it is giving us the opportunity to really talk about online learning as a much more democratic way of sharing education. We have an opportunity to address a lot of inequities and to make a distinction between, again, the one that are political and the one that are just about producing better education. So for us, it's been actually a blessing in disguise to be able to have the time and really focus on our online offerings. And for that, I'll stop sharing.
Awesome. Irina, thank you so much. There's so much there. You're absolutely right. The pandemic, there's the symbols, the two characters for in Chinese for chaos, which is kind of what the pandemic has created, is both danger, is one of the characters, and the other character that describes chaos is opportunity. So danger and opportunity are describing chaos, and that's essentially what the pandemic has given us. It's for us to understand that there's some danger, equity, learning, resources, connectivity, mental health and well-being, right? It's a danger, but there's this opportunity that if we can all come together collectively, think about how we can help each other solve these problems, it's a great resource. And so thank you for diving in and sharing much more about the center. And we have someone from another science center here, if Renee's still around. So there's some challenges. I wonder if there's any kind of symposia or anything else like that where we have science centers and museums challenged now with the public and how do you outreach. I would love to put something like that together this summer in which we're talking collectively. You know, our local Chabot Science Center here in the Bay Area, I imagine is going through these same issues and challenges really all over the world. How can we open up our doors and share our knowledge, even though I might be in my living room, or in this case, my garage, right? And still enable people to learn and be curious and have a way to implement their curiosity, a way to kind of keep their discovery going. So thank you for that. And that button that you just added is very timely. So everyone that visits that page, make sure you hit that donate button, right? So thank you for that. Are there any questions for either David Libby at Turk or for Irina at the McAuliffe Center? I know you guys are going to be implementing it in your school programs, right? So many cool things to do. Well, with that, if there aren't any questions, Irina, thank you so much. And as I mentioned earlier in our program, this was just kind of made this up. The pandemic happened. We sent all our employees home. We started thinking about what we could do to outreach and build community. And we created Magnitude Live. This is our last episode of what we're now calling the season. I think we were so excited about the different guests that we had on, the experts and the insight, that we're making plans to do it again in the fall or in the spring is the case of the Southern Hemisphere. So I would invite you back. I'd love you to come join us again as we kick off the new school year, where more than likely at least 50% of the experience is going to probably be done through some screens. Maybe we can do something beyond that together, which would be really fantastic. Hey, Tony, I don't know if you can share your screen, but I would like to kind of rewind a little bit and now encapsulate everything we've been doing around the Leguminaut Challenge. Clearly, we broadened our perspective. If it wasn't for the U.S. National Laboratory and the International Space Station, we wouldn't be able to do this. We wouldn't have found all of these amazing resources through the 14 different sessions that we've had. So all these folks that have come on essentially have been connected one way or another to the space station through partnership with the Space Station Explorers. And I know many of our teachers are ambassadors for the Space Station Explorers. And so if you haven't visited spacestationexplorers.org yet, do that and sign up as an ambassador. And I should have probably been mentioning this on and on and on and on in all of these shows, but they provide additional resources. They allow you to connect through the various services like what McAuliffe Center has and what Turk and what VHS Learning has. And it's just an amazing community that's being built up. And we're going to need to come together in this way, especially in light of what the school year, not just here in the United States, but really around the world, is going to have to manage. And so, Tony, why don't you share with us the spotlights of our program, what we have going. And I'm going to take a quick break myself, but I'll be back in just a second. So it's all yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Now, there are, well, it was just last week or maybe about a week and a half ago, we put this page together. Throughout this last 4 weeks, we have done 14 of this Magnitude Live. And I really want to introduce you to use this page and look for the presentation that we have collected. And kind of scroll down to the video catalog area. And this is the area that you can easily find all of the different presentation we have within the last 2.5 months. Now, we have a lot of content. So we have this search feature right here. For example, let's look for Tupperware. And you can easily find that presentation that's related to Tupperware. So all you have to do is click on that link. And it will bring you to that presentation. It will bring you to that presentation where it starts. Yeah, move back to the other one. So, And yeah, for example, like this one right here, Alan Savant from the Geo. And also, if you want to watch the entire 4 hours of presentations, you can use all these different buttons, and they all represent different dates of the presentation. And I encourage you to join us. We are going to do that again in September. So the more people we have in the community, the better. And if you want to do a presentation and use this button to submit your presentation, so that we can put in the time slot that that you can present. And then we're going to try to schedule it within the program.
I need to do better on schedule.
Right. And also we talked about maybe we are not going to have a 4 hours long one. It is a little longer. I think we have gotten used to it. And yeah, this is a really good page for resources. And if you are able to find a presentation that really fit you, how you want to teach that one lesson, you can actually embed that one section of the presentation into your lessons. And that can be very engaging and inspiring for your students.
Yeah, and if we haven't given a shout out to Shivar in South Africa, Shivar, thank you so much. He had meticulously gone through these sessions. He's been in every one, and he put some markers there, time markers on some very important parts of the sessions. And thank you.
Never a problem, Ted. I'll pop the rest of the sessions once this one is done.
Oh, absolutely.
So you'll have a nice complete collection.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out for that hard work. And I imagine it really helped you kind of review the information as well.
Exactly. So it's a win-win.
Yeah. So it's evergreen. And we hope, if anything, it sparks your curiosity and your students. And perhaps even if you haven't joined our show yet, follow Tony's advice there. Click that button and say, hey, I've got something I want to talk about. And let's find a way to include you in our programming here in the next few months.
So this is the page where the challenge is. And there are two ways of engaging the students with what we are doing. And now we understand that the school is ending for most schools, but you still have time to run this free engagement. All you have to do is click this button to sign up. Signing up is extremely easy. Just go through this onboarding process, and our dev team has built a really great onboarding process. Now, once you signed in, the three lessons that we have, actually we have about 12 different lessons, but in order for you to really get started, we have set up 3. Once you are signed up, it would automatically assign those 3 lessons to your class, and also create a class for you. All you have to do is send that URL for all your students to sign up to your class. We made it really, really easy for you to engage with your students.
Oh, that's a good point. If you had signed up at the very beginning part of the program and you haven't joined back in, join back in. We've really updated this with the feedback and just everything has been iterative since March, and we continue to make these improvements. This is just the first stage on our journey to get to space, and it's open. There's no cost. You can still submit the legume of your choice to send to space. We're going to be reviewing all of these. Those close on June 10th, and the first day of summer here in the Northern Hemisphere is when we're going to make that decision on which candidate we will be sending up. And then the research really starts getting going. This next stage, we're probably going to have some kits that you can order up and be a part of this without actually having to get the ExoLab. ExoLab's really kind of the star of the show. And you can join us if you really want to get to space and do the full experiment. And then if Dr. Barker's still on, we'll talk a little bit about the back end. It's a little moving around some ideas here. Epigenetically, there's some changes, but there's also some other interesting research we can do. But Tony, what do you have there? You're going to show us the platform?
Yeah, I just wanted to dive in a little bit what they can expect when they have a ExoLab experiment getting started. I think I showed this one. Now, this is the interface that you will be seeing how your classroom compare with the experiment on the International Space Station. You literally are making comparison between the two live. Now, with this interface, you can easily move back in time to look at your experiment.
Well,
everything is recorded for you.
I should point out that what you're showing right now is not the International Space Station on the right.
That's right. That's right.
Trial, right? Which is okay.
Yeah. The one on the right is a ground trial from Michael Wilkinson's laboratory. Right. So for your students who are at home, and this experiment can be set up at a teacher kitchen or your classroom. And if they are at home, they all have their own student account. They can log on to look at their experiment daily or even hourly, how they are growing, how they are doing. And really use this tool to do their observation, take notes. And this entire platform is built out for that. So they can make comparison with the data set. We have made it really, really easy for them to dive in to the data, to really make a comparison between the two different environments. And also at the same time, you can move back in time to look at your data. For example, if you miss 1 week of observation, you can move back in time to do your observation. Now, this is a really cool tool. This will allow you to compare your experiment with other schools around the world that is running the same experiment. Right now, we are paired with the one in New York, and there are only 3 schools that is paired to it. So you are only seeing this 3. So it is extremely fun. It's a really great way to do your experiment in a bigger community around the world.
Hey, Tony, is there a way you can take that one and slide back in some days? We're on day 28 on that one. So sure. I think Berkeley is actually my lab. I'm just curious what it looks like there. Self-interest, right? So I think I'm only on what day? Oh well, maybe it's not. It must be another one. It's probably the one in the office.
Yeah.
Great. Well, it's exciting. And what Tony showed us with the visualization of the carbon dioxide, the temperature and relative humidity, and the light levels, those are all localized, and that's all ambient. The ExoLab doesn't try to control the environment. And so what's fascinating here is during our trials here, as we're trying to select a legume, I'm running a lab in my garage, and I'm connected to Michael Wilkinson in New York. And I'm noticing he's got a warmer environment. He's got a lower humidity. I've got more moisture in my air. But you can see the day-night cycle, diurnal cycles are very similar once we've synchronized them up. But what happens to his plant in that warmer environment and that drier climate versus my plant? Even though we're using the same light, how are they different? How are they the same? And so these are some interesting things you can start exploring, which is really fascinating to look at that. And of course, when we actually have an experiment in orbit, which is in February 2021 for ExoLab 8, you will be able to connect and compare what you're doing there in your kitchen or classroom or wherever it might be with the International Space Station itself. So something in a microgravity environment with your laboratory here on Earth in that one gravity vector.
Now, what I'm showing here is the lessons library. So for every experiment that we run on International Space Station, we have set up a number of different lessons for you to work with your students. So these are some of the lessons for ExoLab 7 and the 6, and they are all grouped by the icon. And we had some help. Some of actually most of our lessons are now in 3 different languages. One is in Germany. Our friend in Germany was nice enough to help us translate all of our lessons into German. And also with this button, you can go to all the Spanish. It's not showing the Spanish here. How come?
Well, it's a demo, that's why. It's not supposed to hurt.
I would say live demo is the best way to find the small hole.
Right. I don't want these programs to end. I really enjoy these Fridays with everybody. But
with you on that one, Ted.
Yeah.
It's the amount of learning that's come out of this has been phenomenal. It's through the sky and beyond.
No, there you go.
And
what happened to
incredible.
Espanol? Okay.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
It's a little shy today.
Yeah, don't give up on the French. We're coming in soon.
There you go. You're coming in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There we go. We got some French going in there. Good. Well, great, Tony. Thank you. Just to pull back a little bit. So June 10th is when we're going to take the final submissions for what you think the right legume would be to send to space. As Tony shared with us, there are 9 candidates. Maybe you have another one you think would be a better candidate. Think about its carbohydrates, its proteins, its amino acids, its nutrients, its minerals. What makes it a great plant to send to space? If there's been prior research, can you find prior research that's been done? Is there some interesting gene expression that someone's investigated you think you'd like to try to push a little bit further? Let's look at that and tell us a reason why. If you're just curious and maybe you're a younger learner, you're working with younger students, that's okay. Have them draw a picture, have them write a poem or do a quick little TikTok dance to show us how legumes do it. So we're really excited about your engagement at all levels, thinking about the full STEAM complement, right? Science, technology, engineering, arts, and the maths. I think it's really important that we consider the full spectrum of the human intelligence and learning. And it's interdisciplinary, right? You can think, oh, this is just a biology course. Oh, we're leading with biology. But we can talk about history. We can talk about engineering. We can get into the physics, right? What's happening in a microgravity environment. We can talk about chemistry. And for our experts out there, especially our domain experts at high school, honors and AP courses, jump in, chime in, help us build a little in-depth view and perspective on this. The language arts, there's so many different ways we can approach this. Write a musical score. I mean, It's your world to create. We're just creating something to start with. We have folks like Gabriella, who's just out there looking for a 4-leaf clover, right? So there's just really a lot of fun things to do. We would like to hear how you come up with a way to engage us. But we're going to select this legume, and then our next stage of investigation, we're probably going to bifurcate this into 2 sections here, or break it into 2 parts. And one part is, come join us, even though you may not be able to get an exo lab and join us on the mission to space. It's actually really affordable. You can take your entire school and bring it to space for about $1,300. Imagine that as a field trip. That's a very affordable field trip. 50 cents, $1, $2 a kid, and you're literally running a project in space. If you can't get that together for February, you can still join us in the next phase, in which we're going, the legume that we select will need to be run through a series of ground trials. Is it the right species of that legume? Are we using the right bacteria? What's the medium for growth? And you can observe and measure it. How about the temperature and humidity? What was the right temperature and humidity to optimize the growth? How about the light? Was it really more responsive to blue light or red light at what stage in growth? We're doing this crowdsourcing kind of citizen science approach, of saying, here's our flight candidate. Let's get them on the exercise wheel, put them on a diet. Let's start measuring everything. Let's think about protocols. And Dr. Barker, thank you for reinforcing that really important skill. At any grade level, at any age, 8 to 88, we're going to want to make sure we're following protocols. So if you've done something extraordinary, we want to be able to replicate that. And that's really where science begins, that you get that peer review where someone can weigh in and go, you know what, that was really amazing, but I couldn't replicate it. Can you show me how you did it? And I go, well, I kind of got my notes here on a piece of paper somewhere, and it's going to be hard to do. And really, we want people to be able to replicate, especially if you've done an amazing breakthrough or had some insight. Dr. Barker, do you want to share anything else about that from a more professional kind of educational perspective?
Sure. Because then sometimes as you go through your experiment, it doesn't always go quite as you planned, but then sometimes that's when like the most amazing discoveries happen. There's been so many like anecdotal old wives' tales that we've kind of experienced in our lives, but then when we like stumble across things and do it experimentally, we can test and see, is it just an old wives' tale, or did the old wives actually know what they're talking about and were basing their advice on something which was real and tangible? And so that's why recording your protocols is so important. Because yeah, there's a stochastic event. Yeah, there's random things that happen. But sometimes there's a real pattern there. And if we work together and we share the information, we can help each other like work out, was it just a random event, or was that a real pattern that we observed? And so this is, so perhaps shall I show you a pattern that came from space and show you how Magnitude might help work out whether this was just a random event or whether it's something which is reproducible and which is real and telling us something about the environment.
Let's do that. And if we can, keep an eye on the clock here, as we get about 10 minutes to the top of the hour, we're not going to do a balloon launch today, which is sad, but we'll explain why. We'll provide an update on that as well. But go ahead, and the floor is yours, Doctor.
So this is going to be a bit messy because I'm literally halfway through making the diagrams for a publication that we're going to publish at some point in the next year.
We really appreciate you joining us on these shows.
But but the important thing about science is it's a dialogue, and so we have to put ideas out there so we can see if there's ways that we can test these theories. We need people to have dialogue with. That's so important. So through analyzing the genetic report, genetic response of plants in space, this is a plant growing on Earth, and I've compared this one to one growing on spaceflight. And I looked at the genes involved, and these little boxes here, these are how we represent genes in diagrams, computational diagrams. And what we see between those, these are chemicals, these are metabolites. And so everything in life, all biology, has chemicals inside them. We're made up of cells that just have chemistry bouncing around inside them. And sometimes those chemicals need to change from one form to another, usually to try and help the organism survive. And that's why we like the nodules on the legumes, because those rhizobia, the roots, they're catalyzing some of these reactions. They're changing nitrogen into other useful chemicals. And by putting plants in space and by looking at their genetics, we've seen certain enzymes that are changing in abundance. So we believe certain chemicals are changing in abundance in spaceflight. So this could have just been a random thing that happened during our previous flight, or it could be a very real pattern that happens reproducibly in orbit. And so this is one of the ideas I've been floating with the ExoLab community, is that perhaps looking at the metabolites, the chemicals that are produced in the plants in orbit, might be actually really informative, because it hasn't been done before. And it's because that then allows us to use tools like this. So I was just looking at one pathway a second ago, one that I'm particularly interested in. But you can see within like all plants, there are lots of different chemicals that are made. Some of these chemicals are really valuable because some of them are like antioxidants that are they're useful for removing like drugs from your body and illnesses from your body. Some of these are just the fundamental like building blocks that make like your amino acids, your proteins. And so we believe, based on previous genetic studies, that certain parts of this biochemistry are going to be adjusted. So we've generated a hypothesis based on our study. And now we're sharing that theory, sharing that idea, under the assumption that our friends in our broader scientific community, our friends that we go to school with, might have some other information in that area that might provide insights into our theory to say, no, your theory is crazy, or yeah, your theory is right. When I grew those beans in my garden, I saw that same response. And it starts off with just growing the beans and just kind of looking at them and getting good at that and comparing different varieties against each other. And as time goes on, you'll want to look at more and more different variables. And eventually there'll become a point where you can't measure enough variables with your ruler and with your eye. And this is when like you become a scientist like me, and you want to delve into these kinds of biochemical stories or genetic stories. And so there was just a little tantalizing thing that I was working on as you guys were chatting, and realized it fits in quite
wow. You blow me away. Now that's your data visualization. When you start thinking about this arcane, in my view, arcane, you know, the small world, right? That everything is comprised of. And you start flipping some switches and things change, and you flip some switches and things don't change. And absolutely fascinating, wonderful to take us on that journey. And I don't know that site there, but maybe we talk about it in a future conversation. I'd like to learn more about that. Now, one thing I didn't mention yet, we haven't talked about, is our summer learning program. So just after the 4th of July weekend here in the United States, starting, I think it's going to be July 6th, we're going to have a self-paced program for educators. It's not going to say, hey, join us for 5 days out of your summer. We've already, you know, everything's so whack with our calendars and what's happening now with the pandemic that we wanted to say, go at your own pace. But we'll have curriculum available and get you prepared for the fall. There are early investigations, like you can reboot the Leguminaut challenge that we ran here in spring. Even though we've already selected our candidate, you can run through that with our 9 selected ones, and maybe if you come up with the same answer, maybe you come up with a different one. Or if you want to get a little kit, we're still pricing out what that kit will be. We're going to try to make it as affordable as possible. And I think most of it will rely on what you have there in the kitchen or what you might have in the basement or something. And so let's get you some seeds from the same stock that we've got our seeds from, so you're working from a good base. But come join us during the summer on a self-paced investigation, a professional development program, if you will, of a continuous curriculum development and learning for our teachers. And this idea behind it is something we're going to open up for the summer in stages. And if you're going to take a ride with us to space, and if you have an ExoLab for your classroom or for your school, you can join us on that rocket ride on a Northrop Grumman flight out of Wallops in February. That's Virginia. It's like the SpaceX rocket, except it runs resupply on the Atlas rocket. We'll be up there in orbit for a number of weeks. We're going to get to ride home in the trunk of the Dragon, a splash down the Atlantic. We're working out that cold chain right now, making sure our research that was done in microgravity gets to the laboratory. And right now we're in deep discussions with the group that helps build the laboratory out for us that goes to space, Space Tango, and a big shout out to Space Tango. Without their incredible work, and we got involved with them really early on, we haven't been able to fly these 7 missions we've already done, getting ready for our 8th. But it looks like we might be making some changes to our outcomes of what we're trying to do on the back end of this. And it's really just relying on some things we can talk about here during the summer session. But come join us for that. Look for that information. If you haven't already signed up, go to Magnitude.io, sign up for more, to find out more. and we're here to reach out to us. hello@Magnitude.io if you've got questions. But we've got about 15 minutes left or so. And what we've been doing is kind of can I call it a tradition? It hasn't even been a year, let alone just a few months, but this is episode 14. And for a good portion of those, we've been launching high altitude balloons, or technically, as I like to be corrected, they're mid-altitude balloons. But MAB doesn't sound as, in my head, I'm used to hearing them as HABs. We've launched these latex balloons that go up 19 or 20 miles. Those are definitely high altitude. They're getting into the stratosphere. Our balloons have been getting around 25 to 30,000 feet. So technically they're mid-altitude balloons. They're in the same kind of altitude of what you get a commercial aircraft. If you're gonna get in and find one that's still flying and you want to travel around the world or across the country. But so I wanted to kind of give us kind of a reprise on what we've done and what we're up to. So, wow, we had, we normally fly in a Mylar balloon, 1 meter across. And last week we thought we'd go out and get a super pressure balloon that's designed to go up into the stratosphere. So technically it would be a high altitude balloon. And it really just kind of looked like an elegant plastic bag, a big old plastic bag. It was very specialized bag, sealed. So this balloon would ascend about 45 or 50,000 feet, and it's supposed to circumnavigate the entire planet if it can. Well, kind of failed miserably in that, but isn't that part of learning and engineering and science? When things don't work, you start understanding why and you make improvements. There's a part of disappointment, but there are also, I think, some insights in what you can do better. In June, with a group in San Antonio, Texas, called the WEX Foundation, we've been working with them for a number of years now. We had scheduled one of our high altitude latex balloons to go into the stratosphere. Social distancing, can't get out there to do it. They're going to be actually all working from their own living rooms and kitchen tables. So we're going to do a second attempt at a around the world flight with a super pressure balloon sometime in June. So the next 4 weeks, those students, I meet with them tomorrow, are going to start looking at weather patterns, historical weather patterns. Any day of the week is open now, anywhere from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. local time here in the, Central time for them is when we would be looking at sending it up. And we'll notify anyone that's interested so they can track that balloon. Here's that balloon that was supposed to go all the way around the world. I'm going to share my screen. And along with some other flights as well. What I've done is I've mapped it to Google Earth. So I think you all can see that now. Is that right?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's up now.
Okay, okay. So you can see now our flight number 1 actually this is Lodi Unified School District has been having lesson plans and been following along. Our first one actually wasn't done during the pandemic. Our second one failed miserably. Something that I done there, we won't get too much into details. We talked about in an earlier episode. It really didn't go far at all. It went shorter than what our high altitude big balloons normally go. But you can see we've had a number of trials here. The super pressure balloon, I'm just going to scroll back. Oh, what did I just do? I left the planet. Okay, so here we go. This guy right here, hard to see, but it got up to about 41,000 feet and we blew a seam. If you remember, it was a very windy day. And so I'm struggling with this thing. I had my sons with me and helped release this balloon because it was kind of a fragile thing. Got it aloft and it was jaggered around. It got up about a mile before it even left the Bay Area. It ascended to where it was supposed to go and it flew along for about 10 or 15 minutes and then something burst. And it just, imagine just like you dropped a piece of paper out of a window. At 40,000 feet, that's pretty much what this big balloon did with its 16-gram payload. And it floated down, dropping a few hundred feet every minute or so. And it ended up, naturally, in Death Valley. So we've got a last known location at a place called Telescope Peak at around 9,000 foot elevation, 8,000 something. This is Telescope Peak. And our last known location of the balloon is around 10,000. And we know its descent rate. We know its direction. We can anticipate its prior direction. So we have kind of a vector, right? We can do a little math and we can estimate where we think it's going to be. Well, we can go out there and wander around, but there's a reason why they call it Death Valley. And we're getting towards summer. So we got to be pretty focused on doing a recovery where we're very precise. We're going to need to bring a radio because our little balloons require a radio for communications, right? And if we're close enough, it's got solar power on those panels, so it should be charged up. And if I get close enough with my little Kenwood radio here, then I can probably pick up that signal and I can actually walk and go get it. But I want to do my math first. I want to get a close approximation of where I think it's going to be and have a radius of investigation. You'd be surprised. We launch these rockets, big rockets sometimes, and it's just in an open field. You think you're going to be able to go out and get it. Oh, it's over the next hill. Maybe it's over the other hill. It's really hard to find stuff, especially the Earth is very, very big. But I think we have a pretty good idea. It's out here somewhere in Death Valley. And so sometime this summer, preferably, maybe it's going to be an overnight hike. I'll have to convince someone to go out and do that with me. But we're going to want to get that back so we can fly it again. But here's the fun one. We launched a balloon the week before last on the 15th. It's just a regular Mylar party balloon, gets up around 25 to 30,000 feet. Maybe it's going to get across the country. It might get halfway across. That'd be pretty cool. And let's pull that back a little bit. I've got that on the map here. That's this magenta line. And it kind of made its way through California. And it made its way down to Mexico. Now you'll see this really weird truncated line here. That's because at night our solar power we don't no longer get power from the sun, and so we cannot transmit our radio. We use National Oceanographic and atmospheric data from NOAA, and we can actually do predictions. And our predictions showed we went down into the state of Sonora, probably into Chihuahua as well, and it looped back around and it woke up again the next day. So it really had this nice big loop down here, which makes more sense, doesn't it? And it traveled north through the Colorado, Nebraska, South Dakota, all through the Midwest, and boom, we hit Canada. We traveled across the northern Great Lakes there, working our way over to the eastern seaboard, and our last signal off the coast, off the East Coast, just south of Nova Scotia. Now, we rely on these ground stations for ham radio. If you remember last week, we launched the high pressure balloon. We had ARIS there, Frank Bauer from ARIS, amateur radio, and he knows a lot about ham radio. He's done a lot of the radio transmission stuff that's actually on the space station right now, and he works with ham radio operators around the world. So we need some way to communicate with our balloon, and those ground stations are a way to do it. So when we're over the ocean, no signal, no knowledge of where we're going to go. We have to go back and look at our predictive models to think about where it might go. And it was a little slow getting across. It actually took a day longer than we thought, and I thought we had lost it in the drink. It was done for. Pull back a little bit farther to make sure I'm actually going in the right direction here. And here we come. Oh, look how fast I'm looking at. There we go. And it popped back up as it's heading into Ireland. Now, what's interesting is the United Kingdom doesn't allow radio transmissions in their airspace, amateur radio, unless you've got a license to do it. So the amazing, brilliant engineer, Bill Brown, that developed the Sky Tracker that we use, has a geofence. A geographical fence. It's an imaginary wall that when our radio gets into that latitude and longitude range, it cannot transmit. So we were quiet during this period. The next day we woke up in the English Channel. We were heading through France, and my orientation, I'm sorry, is not true north. Just going to adjust this back again, make it a little more how we normally see it. It had a nice little ride through France, and this is overnight. Went to sleep, woke up again in south of France, worked its way down into the Mediterranean and went to sleep again. Michael Wilkinson really likes Dizzy Gillespie, and he said, am I going to get a night in Tunisia? And it does look like we actually did get a night in Tunisia. We just maybe scraped right across Tunis. And here's where we are right now, at least a download, looking at the Google Earth. But let me show you a couple other things real quick before we wrap up our last session of our series. I'm going to go to my desktop here, and that'll allow me to get all the other stuff I've got going on. So let's look. Here is our tracker, APRS tracking of our payload. And here's the last known location. We're traveling at a good speed in Imperial, about 63 miles an hour at 27,500. which has been great. It's been right around 28,000 feet. And you can see these intermittent blips here. We're really relying on ground stations to get those signals. And we got a signal here. I guess that's Greece up above us north. And this last one, Crete, was able to give us a signal to let us know it's alive. But where's it going to go? How did we know it was going to get near Ireland and wait for it? As we run these models from NOAA, and we've run these in our prior ones. Here's our prediction path. I ran this, when did I run this morning, I guess. These larger triangles represent a midnight universal time. And so by tomorrow, we're probably going to be in Syria, Eastern Turkey, perhaps. The day after that, working our way into the stands. And if we're lucky, we'll get into Mongolia and what have you. But this is getting a little better. We've got rain coming. And so if we've got some precipitation, we have a very light payload and a very specified lift. We want to get that positive lift so we stay afloat. If we get a lot of condensation on our balloon, we can start dropping altitude. It can actually impede our travel and we may actually lose it. And so this is significant enough for us to worry that this may be the end of the flight. It may not even last that long because it's already gone longer than it should. But if it is able to make it through the night, we might have to confront a couple storms here. They're not super major storms, but this has already kind of gone longer than it should. So if it gets a little longer, we'll be really, really grateful for that. But what other things I want to show you here? And I've got, yes. Thanks to David Libby and Windows on Earth, I thought, wouldn't it be fun to connect Windows on Earth? And I was doing this while Dave, I don't know why it never hit me in the head before, but it was like a ton of bricks. I can take a known geographic location where our balloon is, and I can try to find an image from the space station, right? So here it is. And so this is our last known location, or our prior location when we started the program. And here it is where we're coming up to Cyprus. So that was Crete. Now this is Cyprus. So we're going to see that near the end of the day. And that's probably where we're going to get our next signal from. So let's connect these things, thinking about Windows on Earth or perspective on Earth, and say, where's our balloon today? And let's do a geographic hunt there. There were like 20 or 50 images, depending on what I was looking for. And maybe want to do a little history. What happened there 1,000 years ago? Was anything going on 2,000 years ago? What's happening right now? How many people live there? What kind of food do they like to eat? What's their favorite legume, right? So there's a lot of cool things we can do when we think about this little balloon as it travels around the world, picking up passengers along the way. I think anyone who wants to follow these. Our team here at Magnitude expects to do more than a dozen of these as we get into the new school year. Many of them will be these typical Mylar balloons, but I think we're going to look at doing some of these more deeper investigations with the super pressure balloons once I can actually get them to work properly. And we can have a lot of fun with that. So, but we're supposed to do a balloon launch every week. And why aren't we doing one today? Well, it's the weather. Everything is dependent on weather here. We're waiting for our first rockets from US soil to get to space with American astronauts. What happened? Weather delay, right? And so weather is incumbent if we're doing anything here in our atmosphere. You're gonna have a fun weekend. I don't know, is it a nice day? It's gonna be this weekend. And so you can see here on Friday, we've got high cloud cover. I should probably just click on Friday itself. But our winds is what's inhibiting me from wanting to launch today. I got winds of 17 to 20 miles an hour right now. And I'm trying to keep something under 5. And so what would happen is our balloon probably wouldn't really make it past the next county over. And so this is just, it's the way the world works. And so I guess it's taking a long time to load up. But what I will invite you to is there is a teacher in Southern California who saw what we were doing. And about a month ago, maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago, Joanne challenged us at Magnitude to a race across the country, and maybe even farther if we could. And so on June 1st at 8:30, we're going to, the weather is going to be a condition here for us in Northern California. But in Southern California, they're definitely going to launch 2 balloons. If Liam's with us still, Liam's going to launch a balloon and Joanne will launch another one down in Southern California.
I'm here.
And I was in contact late yesterday with a gentleman in up there by Seattle And he actually has one of these sky trackers he just received, and he's going to try to launch on Monday morning as well. So we'll have 3, maybe 4 balloons leaving the West Coast, working our way across the United States, across North America on our way to the Atlantic seaboard. Who can get there first? Now, what's neat is the inventor of the sky tracker, Bill Brown, he's a NASA engineer down in Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, Huntsville's a little farther east than we are. It's kind of cheating to get to the East Coast if he's going to launch at the same time. So he's going to launch when the first balloon reaches his longitude. He's going to release his balloon. And he's the inventor, so he's probably going to get there first. But, you know, weather, it might send him south, might send him back west. You don't know. So anyone wants to do some weather predictions on Monday and think about that latitude and longitude, they can use the NOAA weather prediction model that we were using on our earlier balloon flights, and they can try to predict who might get there first. If for whatever reason we're delayed, again, we're making all this up as we go along. And so if I can't launch here in Berkeley, but our friends in Seattle and LA can, I might say, well, how about just the fastest time from the West Coast to the East Coast? And I might launch a couple days later. Might be cheating a little bit under our current rule set, but I'm going to try to make a final amendment to those initial rules that are literally probably on the back of a napkin somewhere, and see if we can't get it up. But I think if I have higher winds like today, I don't think we'd want to join that race because we'd just be trying to find it somewhere in Contra Costa County. But with that, I think we're at the top of the hour. I just want to do a quick round robin with all our guests that are online. If there are any comments or suggestions and thoughts, and I can keep it running for a little bit longer, but this has been so much fun for me personally, and for our team at Magnitude. You know, the pandemic, the first feeling that you get is like, oh man, I'm all by myself. I got to be alone. And you guys have helped me connect, and you've inspired me. You've kept my morale high. And I hope we've done a little bit to keep your morale up as well. I mean, we are all in this together. And I think the pandemic also stresses that as one planet, there's probably one solution. And we have to work together to solve these bigger issues. The more that we can empower our youth, and Daniel's still here, Daniel's there, Fernanda and Daniel as well, that you guys, you're inheriting a planet we kind of messed up a little bit, kind of a lot. And I think as adults, we have to take responsibility for that. And so the best thing we can do is kind of get out of the way. But before we get out of the way and let you kind of take on your leadership roles that you're going to take as you get older, is we want to empower you and to help you explore the curiosity you have in your mind, wherever it is, whether it's 3D modeling and design, whether it's organic gardening, whether it's some engineering practice. And so look for that mentor, look for that teacher, look for your friends. Your friends are everything. The best friends are going to be the ones that are going to support you, reinforce you. Even if they're kind of a little goofy, they're the best friends to have. The ones that knock you down, tell you can't do it, I suggest you find some other friends, because you're going to make what you make of the world is really who you hang around with. And the more you can hang around with the people that make you feel good and put you in the right direction, I think the better off you're going to be. So I just want to thank everyone for joining us on these 14 episodes. And I'm really looking forward to doing a lot more with you.
Ted, may I just interject? Thank you for asking for any last bits. I emailed you and Tony the designs that Daniel was trying to show you. And because he was asking, well, how do we get the plants up there? What's going on? And he started thinking about some engineering. So I just sent them to you guys. If you wanted to open and see and share, it's up to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, wonderful. Well, what we'll do, Arlene, since we are at the top of the hour, and since you guys are so deeply embedded with us at the Lodi Unified School District, Daniel, I know you're going to continue your investigations and your research, and you've got many years in front of you. We can pick that up and we can go really, really deep there at Julia Morgan, or if you're heading off to another school, I think Elkhorn maybe. I think
okay.
But wherever we go, I think the district's going to support you in your investigations.
Yes, and excellent job, all the students today, and great job, Daniel. Thank you, and we're proud of you.
Anyone else want to weigh in? The kumbaya.
I just want to recognize all the PIs and also all the co-PIs we have in this program. They have done a lot of work to help us put this entire thing together. And also we are working toward for the ExoLab 8. And they are doing all the ground trials, doing a lot of work and also creating new lessons for ExoLab 8. Now, I just wanted to recognize all the PIs. Michael Wilkinson, he's the director of education for us. Lauren Parker, Mary Vaughn, Diane Phillips. She's on this almost every single episode. She's great, from Canada. Steve Jones from Atlanta, actually Milton, and Renelle Gaba, and Gil from Japan, and Javier, actually, and Laurie, and Laurie here in Florida.
You guys are all an inspiration, and our guests that have jumped on and joined us through the programs, whether you've been in YouTube or you've been here in Zoom, thank you. And special shout out to Sarah there at University of Florida. Your interest in engagement and in your future career here. We're really excited about your enthusiasm for what we're doing. And we're looking forward to collaborating with you as well. So this is just the start of the conversation, right? It's not like an end or what have you. We are going to take a little break at Magnitude as we reconvene to think about what our summer program is going to look like for what I'm calling distributed learning, and as we prepare for the fall. But we do have a Wednesday session at 3 o'clock Pacific time. It's only an hour long, but it's for the teachers that are deeply involved with the Leguminaut challenge or selecting that candidate to fly. And that's a really deep focus. We're kind of broad here on the Fridays. We talk about a lot of different things that are space related. But if you want to join us, we have a couple more sessions left. I think we have 2 more sessions. So send us a quick note, just hello@Magnitude.io, or go and sign up, and we'll make sure you're included on that. And it's a Zoom session, but we don't broadcast it on YouTube. It's just a conversation amongst ourselves as we talk more about the tactical things we're going to need to do, and the research and what we've done in our own protocols, and how our plant's doing. And there's a little competition because some folks really have more passion about one plant or another, but we're working our way to making that final decision June 10th. At that final deadline to submit, and get your students involved there. If you're just a citizen scientist, tell us what you'd like to see up there, and then we'll announce that on June 20th. We're going to work to get those kits together, and we're going to open up our doors to a self-paced, continuous learning environment for educators that will last for an entire year for those that are riding with us to the space station and then doing the research once it's back here on Earth. So thank you guys so much for inspiring me to keep motivated and think about all the cool things we can do. And you guys are giving us ideas that I don't know there's enough days in the week or days in a year to do everything. But we're really excited about the potential. So again, thank you so much. I guess that I don't want to end, but I'm going to wrap it up. And you guys have a wonderful summer, and please reach out and say hello. If you found that 4-leaf clover, send it to us. We want to find out. If you've got a great recipe you want to share, Beth has got some incredible recipes. I bet you've got some good ones too. Let us know. And most importantly, stay safe and get prepared for the future, because it's here right now. So thanks again. Have a wonderful afternoon, evening, early morning, wherever you are. And we're going to catch up with you guys real soon. Until later.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Mike.
Thank you.
Happy summer.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.